So the objective premise I want to review with you is the nature of the church. And that's not too much for you here, but for other people who'll be looking at the tape. And first of all, the Catholic Church was established or defined by Christ, not by modern popes. All right? Not by modern bishops, nor even, now, by mutually proclaimed experts and authorities. Not even they define the church. Jesus Christ defined it, not them, not any of that group. And another thing we should try to realize, this will help you to understand Canon Hesse and accept them better, those who have any doubts. And the Catholic Church is and always will be one with the past Catholic churches of all times and places. It's not just an organization with unity in the present time, unity and conformity. And another thing is the Catholic Church is a church of law. It's not a church of anarchy or despotism. That's not the Catholic Church. And right now we're in a time of ecumenical anarchy and local tyranny. But that's not the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is ruled by law, including canon law. And Canon Hesse will refer to canon law, and whether we like it or not, that's the law of the church. Above that is divine law, of course. And the Catholic Church is defined by infallible decrees of popes and not by the fallible allowances or policies of modern popes. So we have all of these contrasts. The Catholic Church concerns religion and salvation. It doesn't concern politics and sociology. So all of these things are jarring, but I'm saying them not for you all here, but for somebody who might be looking at the tape. That's a different church. It's not the Catholic Church. No matter what it calls itself, it wouldn't be the Catholic Church. Real Catholic Church is concerned with religion and salvation, not with politics and sociology. And the Catholic Church is the church of apostolic tradition, not the church of living and mutable, politically inspired policies and decrees, what they now call living tradition, or the living magisterium. So that's the objective premise which will help you to accept Canon Hesse and what he says today. Now the subjective premise is you should prepare yourself, especially those who are looking at it on the tape or hearing it on the tape. Be open to hearing a radical and shocking exposure of the Catholic faith. We're a generation that hasn't the foggiest notion of what a Catholic is. We don't have the foggiest, except for some of you here, of course, most of you here. And if possible, be edified, or at least be honest and say, right now I can't accept what he says. But by God's grace, something might register that you, as happened to me in the past, something that you don't like, and it registers in your mind, and it might be the thing that will save you from hell. So at least listen and hear. If you can accept, if you can't accept, store. Put it in your memory bank, because maybe you can call it up later on. It might be just the thing that will solve your problem at that time. For example, if in the near future they tell you that you're going to be excommunicated by joining the Pius X Society, then, or by, no, excuse me, not by joining it, but by using its services, then you just ignore that, because you might have something stored that Canon Hesse said. Then you just recall that. So you will reject heresy. Now, in case there's any legalist here, question might come up in your mind, should Canon Hesse be allowed to give facts and solid Catholic teaching in the church in America? Should he? Well, or shouldn't the establishment church forbid him? Well, in good Jewish fashion or Hebonic fashion, I answer the questions with questions. How can a church which forms 2/3 of its youth to reject the natural law, that's the law everybody's accountable for, no matter who they are, as long as they're not an imbecile, how can that church, which leads 2/3, at least conservatively speaking, of its youth to reject the natural law, condemn anybody? Question mark. All right. And how can a church which apparently, but effectively, at least effectively, rejects, opposes, and condemns binding Catholic truths, forbid you to hear an Orthodox Catholic theologian? And that's what they do, as Canon Hesse will point out. And also, as he will, in the whole course of the 3 lectures or 4 lectures in the tapes, of course. And how can a church within which 80% of its followers in the United States of America reject binding Catholic Eucharistic dogma? You know, they're not even close to Catholics. 80% of Catholics, Novus Ordo formed, alleged Catholics who aren't, in the United States of America reject the dogma which you have to believe to be a Catholic on the Eucharist. Now how can that church, its leaders who led the people to do that, how can they condemn Canon Hesse? So in good Jewish fashion, am I saying they can't? No. I'm a good Jew here. And I'm answering the question with questions. All right? So don't say, I said this, because I didn't say anything. I just asked questions. Now today we want to thank MEDA, and especially the dedication of its 2 principals, Vera Muller and Richard Ahern, for what they've done in helping to bring Canon Hesse here and helping them to enjoy a stay here in New Orleans. And so we want to thank them first of all. And this series can be obtained from MEDA, the series of talks. And in general, this is a general introduction to Father Canon Hesse. I know you've been called worse things than Father. Okay, but Canon Hesse, 15 years. He spent 15 years in Rome. He knows, and he's met with several cardinals and even the Pope. Now, don't ask the Pope because the Pope won't admit knowing him. All right. So anyway, and also he was secretary to Cardinal Stickler, who was one of the top curial cardinals who's now retired. And I met Canon Hesse in Rome at the conference for the bishops. He helped to give it with me. And there's one other person, Malengo, but the rest weren't that good. But anyway, he was the star of the show. Malengo, he hit the show the most because he was so startling with the devils in the Vatican. He said he saw him. He said Pope Paul VI saw him come in, said he was in there, and he said he hadn't seen him leave with his luggage yet. And so Malengo was the hit. And then Canon Hesse was the real hit as far as depth goes. And the best compliment I can give to him is that he's on the endangered species list. So he's one of the few authentic Catholic theologians we have left. I don't know how many they got, 10, 15, 20. But anyway, it's an endangered species, and he's one of the few living members of that endangered species. And so we'll start with Canon Hesse right after he gets hooked up. And again, I remind you to keep quiet all the time. And Richard, you can cut all this out. He's going to hook up. And Richard, is this thing making too much noise? Remember it gave us trouble before? Just get that. Yeah, because I hear the noise. Let's see, we got 3 hookups. Vera, tell them not to keep opening the door because we get all those. We tell them not to open the door, go out and stay out, or we don't come up in and out. If possible.
Are you Italian? This is real spaghetti.
You ready, Richard?
Ready.
Wait a second.
Okay.
All right.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. Actiones nostras quaesimus Domini aspirando preveni et adjuvando prosequo et contra nostra oratio et operatio a te in principio et recepta finatur. Per Christum Dominum nostrum. Sancte Pie Decime ora pro nobis.
Modern electronics. Okay, now before I start to speak about today's topic, I have to make 3 distinctions because I have found out that people have great trouble in distinguishing the words objective, subjective, and the words material and formal. Sometimes I have to point out that anybody who is not subject to the Roman pontiff and who is not in union with the church cannot be sent this tape or listen to the audio tapes. One of the reasons why we cannot positively state that this pope is that this pope is not pope is because, first of all, we need proof. We do not have this proof. Some people quote the apostolic bull of Paul IV, Cum ex apostolatu, against the present pope, saying that Paul IV decreed that a heretic cannot become pope. Yes, but the papal election is an act of administration, not a sacrament. It is not a theological procedure. Therefore, there cannot be an infallible pronouncement on it. It is an act of administration, just like all elections. When in a monastery an abbot is elected, this is a canonical election. The election of the Supreme Pontiff among the cardinals is a canonical election. And those rules can not only be changed, but were changed a couple of dozen times over in church history. Leo XIII changed the rules. Pius X changed the rules. Pius XI changed the rules again. Pius XII changed the rules again. Paul VI changed it. And the present Pope changed it again. And none of them has ever quoted Paul IV again on this. Now, the bull, Cum ex apostolatu, is an infallible bull as far as the doctrinal statements are concerned. It cannot be infallible as far as an administrative rule is concerned, saying that if a cardinal was a heretic, even when he was a heretic and converted, he cannot be validly elected pope. To be validly elected pope, you need positive human law, a law of administration. And that every single pope can change, much unlike the doctrinal laws, which no pope can change, ever. If a pope decides forever on a moral issue, his successor cannot change it. Impossible. He will put himself in schism with the church. But a rule of administration and how it can be changed, and how. In the beginning, the people of Rome elected the pope. Later on, it was the clergy of Rome. And very much later on, only 1,300 years after Christ died and resurrected and founded his church at Pentecost, cardinals were the only ones to elect the pope. So if a future pope says, I don't want cardinals to elect the pope, but all of the bishops in the world, he's going to make a mess. But that doesn't make the election invalid, because it would be horrible. Not to, I don't want to think of it. But it doesn't make the election, duly procedures required and provided, it doesn't make it invalid, because it's an act of administration. And that's why I recommend the Sede Vacantis to be a little more careful with their judgments. The Society of St. Pius X is not exactly composed of all idiots, and none of them nowadays considers the Apostolic See vacant. And the three priests, Father Sanborn, Kelly, and Secada, unfortunately, because they're otherwise very good theologians, unfortunately had to be kicked out of the Society of St. Pius X for insisting on the fact that we do not have a pope. To me, this is a neurotic statement too, because you put yourself in a dead end. Who's going to elect the next pope? I'll leave the question to you. Now, we are in the topic already. I mentioned the Society of St. Pius X, and Father Trenchard pointed out to you that you will not be excommunicated if you use the services of the Society of St. Pius X. Why is this so? Now, I have to presume that you will see the tapes of my conference on Thursday, Fridays, and yesterday. I do not have the time to repeat everything I said there, so there will be a lot of references to my first, second, and third lecture. In my first lecture, I explained to you how the crisis came about. In my second lecture, I explained to you what is wrong with the new Mass. And yesterday, I explained to you what is wrong with Vatican II. And in near future, you will get a complete list of all the quotations of Vatican II, which are definitely unacceptable to a Catholic. And just reading those quotations, you will be able to see what I mean. You will, even though you're not learned theologians, you will be able to use my list to see and understand what I mean. I give you one example. We have that much of time. Lumen Gentium 16 says that the Muslims together with us adore one merciful God. This is blasphemy and heresy, because it might as well be that the individual Muslim tries to find the real one God, but the Council says the Muslims, capital letter in Latin, Musulmani nobiscum adorant unum Deum. They do not adore one merciful God with us, but against us, because they deny the Incarnation and they deny the Blessed Trinity, and they use words which I don't want to repeat here to describe what the idea of the Trinity. And Vatican II has the blasphemous audacity to speak about them and the Jews praying to the same God we do. This is a thoroughly and entirely Masonic concept that cannot be accepted by any Catholic. The Muslims are not only heretics, they're pagans. And they do not adore our God because they do not adore Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Anybody who says they adore the same God we do because they nobiscum, together with us, not along with us, as one smart aleck translated. Together with us is nobiscum. If you say they adore one merciful God together with us, then you sin against the first commandment gravely. We adore Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and Son incarnated man. The Word has become flesh. You see, the situation is a disaster, and that's to say the least. So in 1970, French seminarians of the Séminaire Français in Rome were threatened with being kicked out of the seminary for the simple reason that they wanted to say the rosary and wear the cassock. So they did not accept that, of course, and they asked Archbishop Lefebvre, who at this time was contemplating to retire and live the rest of his life pensioned in Rome. They were asking Archbishop Lefebvre for help. Archbishop Lefebvre was not very convinced at first that he should do that, but however they insisted, especially a certain Monsieur Tissier de Malaret, who is now Bishop Tissier de Malaret, insisted and kept insisting, and together with him another French priest who is now at the moment the second general advisor to the Society of St. Pius X. So they found a house in Fribourg in Switzerland, and Bishop Henri Charrière of Fribourg, Lausanne, and Sion at the same time gave them an official church blessing to found the society, the priestly society of St. Pius X. And so it was a work of the church, legally, regularly founded by a diocesan bishop in Switzerland. And the society was canonically, therefore canonically means according to the regulations of the Code of Canon Law, canonically erected in 1970. And after a while, Archbishop Lefebvre found the house, which is still the French-speaking main seminary today in Écon, that's in the Rhone Valley in Switzerland, the French-speaking part. And it was about after 1.5 years that Rome found out that they are celebrating the Old Mass, and they are teaching all this old stuff with Vatican II wanted to do away with. So they sent in 3 investigators, Cardinal Garon, Cardinal Wright, and Cardinal Tabera, who, quote-unquote, investigated. Right there in the place, they all gave praise on the whole outfit and said, this is beautiful, wonderful, everything according to the canonical regulations. I wish we had that elsewhere. Back in Rome, they said the exact contrary, which is typical for conciliar methods. You lie, cheat, and swindle. When you read Vatican II and its footnotes, you will find out that they lied, cheat, and swindle. They, in one and the same sentence, footnote at the end, they quote the guy, a church father or somebody else, quote it in the footnote in the first half of the sentence, and then they say the contrary in the second half of the sentence, and put the footnote after the second half of the sentence, quoting, for example, in Gaudium et Spes 22:2, the church father Justinus, contrary to what Justinus said. This is the method of Vatican II and the Novus Ordo Church, the counterfeit church out there. They reported to Rome that this is not that the seminary in Écon was not according to the standards of Vatican II, etc., etc. You can very well imagine what they said. And so Rome said, we're going to shut down this thing. Archbishop Lefebvre, contrary to canon law, never even got a hearing, let alone a cause at the competent church tribunal. Never anything. You can read this in detail in one of the books available at the bookstands of the Society of St. Pius X. Archbishop Lefebvre was not even heard, which is against canon law. And then the official close down of the Society of St. Pius X, not by the Pope, but by the Secretary of State, was silently acknowledged by Pope Paul VI, and Archbishop Lefebvre, the person concerned, never had had a chance to defend himself. So this is the methods of, as Father Trinchard pointed out, tyrants who do not, they use canon law when it serves their purposes. But they do not understand canon law, they do not understand divine law, they do not understand eternal law, and they do not understand the meaning of law itself, the purpose of law, justice. So the Society of St. Pius X went on all the same. Rome explicitly forbade Archbishop Lefebvre to ordain priests. However, in 1976 he did ordain priests against the explicit instruction of Rome, and so they suspended him ad divinis. That means he was further on, according to what Rome believed, further on he was not allowed to say Mass except privately, and he was not allowed to give the sacraments except in the case of emergency. And this is exactly what we are in. We are in a case of emergency. The Church provides jurisdiction. Read canon law. The new code of canon law confirms what I say. I do not have to quote the old canon law to make my point. The new code of canon law affirms in several canons the old law of emergency. Now, why are we in an emergency? Well, listen to my lecture 1, 2, and 3, and you will see we are definitely in an emergency with 99% of the hierarchy preaching heresy. You need Catholic priests. You do not want to go to confession to a priest who says, "Oh, come on, that's not a sin. What's the matter with you?" Today's priests tell young people in the confessional it's all right to go to bed before you're married. Wonderful. This is not what you want when you go to confession. You want to hear the Catholic moral theology, also because otherwise the absolution is invalid. So here some people, some conservatives, I'm not a conservative, I warn you, I'm just plain Catholic. So some conservatives are worried about the jurisdiction of the Society of St. Pius X. They are absolutely not worried about priests who explain away sins in the confessional, which makes absolution invalid. They're absolutely not concerned and worried about priests who give general absolution, which in 99.999 cases is invalid. I have so far known only one single case of general absolution having been valid after the Second World War. And that was on a plane that was threatened with a crash. And the priest got up, turned around, grabbed the microphone, and said, "Anybody who's a Catholic, do an act of contrition, ego vos absolvo peccatis vestris," and so on, gave general absolution. That's valid according to Pius XII. It's valid according even to the decrees of the present Pope. 99.9% of all general absolutions are not valid. Nobody's hooked up with that problem. The conservatives are always worried about the jurisdiction of St. Pius X. Well, I tell you, the Society of St. Pius X gets the jurisdiction for absolution out of canon law. Canon law says jurisdiction can be given either by the competent authority or by the Church itself. The Church itself gives the jurisdiction for absolution or for marriages, as a matter of fact, in certain cases. I'll give you one example. A priest on a ship has all faculties automatically. Sure, he's the only one who can be approached for confession. I mean, if you commit a mortal sin on a cruiser, and that's very easy with the temptations out there, you don't want to die, you don't want to go to hell in case you die the next day or the ship sinks. So you might want a priest to confess to. This priest usually does not have the faculties of confession out there on the ship, because there's no bishop around who would give him the faculty. So the Church gives the faculties. And in any case of emergency, not just in the case of danger of death. See, canon law speaks about the danger of death, but it speaks about emergencies. It does not exclude other emergencies, because canon law is never exclusive without explicitly saying so. That's one of the first canons in the book. So the Society of St. Pius X has jurisdiction simply for the fact that there are no other Catholic priests around, or not enough. You're not, as a Catholic, you are not under the obligation to take a plane into another city in this country to be able to find a Catholic priest for confessing, you want to confess to. That would be ridiculous. The church is never ridiculous, because canon law can never be above the highest law of the church, canon 1725 of the new code of canon law. Suprema lex ecclesiae salus animarum. The highest law of the church is the salvation of souls. It is absolutely and positively and definitely against the salvation of souls if you are forced to confess to a heretical priest, to a priest who speaks heresy in the sermons, who celebrates the Novus Ordo Missae, which is illicit and against divine law, and who gives the sacraments in the Novus Ordo, which is illicit and against divine law. You don't want to confess to this priest. So canon law cannot be above divine law. That's absurd. And Archbishop Lefebvre knew that, and this is why he was going on. And he went on, and then he didn't get younger. So by the time it was 1988, Archbishop Lefebvre was already 83 years old. Now that's about usually the time to say goodbye to this world. Now Archbishop Lefebvre knew the moment he was dead, nobody, no bishop, not a single one, would be willing to ordain young men to be Catholic priests. What does it mean, Catholic priests? Now, rest assured, I know the situation in seminaries all over the world, diocesan seminaries, very well. I could give you an explicit description of what is going on in modern seminaries, but I can't because there's ladies present. I'm not joking. I could not possibly, in front of a present lady, tell you what is going on in new seminaries, but take an educated guess on several perversions of the Sixth Commandment. There is no way a Novus Ordo bishop, and except at the moment, 6 bishops at the moment, all others are Novus Ordo bishops and are not willing to ordain a young man who refuses Vatican II, refer to my yesterday's lecture, and who refuses the Novus Ordo Missae, refer to my lecture on Friday. So you cannot become a Catholic priest if you accept Vatican II. I proved this yesterday. You cannot be a Catholic priest if you celebrate the Novus Ordo. I proved this yesterday, the day before yesterday. So we were in a situation in 1988, and this is before the Fraternity of St. Peter and the Institute of Christ the King and similar organizations came about, mind you. We were in a situation that there were 2 bishops in the whole world willing to ordain Catholic priests. Oh, I shouldn't do this. Some people say I'm a Mason if I do this sign. I've learned my lectures. So 2. There were 2 bishops around who were willing to ordain young men who refused Vatican II and the Novus Ordo. The moment Archbishop Lefebvre realized that if he did not ordain bishops, if he did not consecrate the bishops, apparently against the will of the Pope, I say apparently, I will explain later, there would be nobody left. And he was dead right on the spot because both Archbishop Lefebvre and Bishop Castro-Mayor died in 1991, 3 years after. He had more than reasons enough to distrust Rome. There is the famous story of the paper that Archbishop Lefebvre signed the 5th of May, 1988, 2 months before the episcopal consecrations. In this paper, which is usually presented by the Vatican as an agreement, another lie. It was not an agreement, but the protocol of a conversation, a discussion. So when Archbishop Lefebvre on the 5th of May signed the protocol, he signed a protocol. That's what it was, a protocol, not an agreement. And still he had to take back his signature later on because now in this protocol they discussed the possibilities of having an organization with the blessing of the Holy See to keep a traditional seminary and a traditional rite of Mass going as an exceptional thing, so to speak, as if the Novus Ordo Missae was ever a rite of the Church, which is another lie. The Novus Ordo Missae is not a work of the Church. It has no blessing from the Church. And it is against divine law. I proved this. So the true rite of the Latin Roman Church, the Catholic Church of the Latin Roman Rite, is the old Mass canonized forever by St. Pius V in 1570 with his decree Quo Primum, which you will be able to read in Father Trinshard's book. And so they had no right to give an exceptional permission. They should have done the opposite, done away with the new rite and got the old rite back. However, they offered Archbishop Lefebvre an organization of pontifical rite headed by a commission of 7 members. And now get this. By a commission of 7 members. Who would the 7 members have been? 5 chosen by the Vatican. The 6th one would have been the one bishop. They would have ordained for that purpose, the very one bishop. And the 7th would have been a member chosen by the Society of St. Pius X. We live in a democratic, well, I don't, but the Novus Ordo people live in a democratic church. Now get this, 5 against 2. And the bishop here would have been chosen by Rome, so 6 against 1. It would have been a lot more honest to tell Archbishop Lefebvre, listen, we will not give you a bishop, we will put you under pontifical right, but we will decide what will go on. And the future, in 1988 it was future, and the future was to prove what Archbishop Lefebvre suspected. Because the Fraternity of St. Peter was promised a bishop, I can't see a bishop given to the Fraternity of St. Peter's yet, and we are almost 10 years after that. The indult masses, like in Providence, Rhode Island, the indult mass, the priest has to give communion in the hand or he's not allowed to celebrate the mass there. Monsignor Perl, who is the in charge, the secretary of the Commission Ecclesia Dei, he asked the indult people in Vienna, Austria, said, why don't you give communion in the hand? It would make everything so much easier. This is what Archbishop Lefebvre predicted in 1988. So when he found out, he went back to Rome, he asked Cardinal Ratzinger, when are you going to give me this bishop? I'm not going to live for long anymore. And Cardinal Ratzinger said, oh, I can't give you a date. I can't give you an exact date. Archbishop Lefebvre tried again. He said, well, how about the 15th of August? Can I rely on your consecrating a bishop for my purposes the 15th of August? Oh, no, I can't give you a definite answer on that. Well, what do you call that? In English, it's called stalling. And stalling usually has not exactly an honest purpose, except in war. So Archbishop Lefebvre said, okay, I see what's going on. Emergency applies. Emergency is there. We have a case of emergency. The rules for self-defense, the rules for defense apply. And the 30th of June, 1988, he consecrated 4 bishops. And Archbishop Lefebvre realized he needed 4 bishops because by 1988, his organization was worldwide. And he has a bishop in Argentina, and he has a bishop in the United States, Bishop Williamson in Winona, the local seminary. He has a bishop in Switzerland, who is now the Secretary General. And he has a second bishop in Switzerland, Monsignor Tessier de Malaret, whom I mentioned before. And those 2 bishops in Switzerland are not always in Switzerland because they have to do an awful lot of traveling all over the world. Last time I met Fillet, he had just been coming back from somewhere, I remember not, yes, the Philippines. So these 4 bishops, thank God they're young, but these 4 bishops are under a constant stress, they're in constant traveling. And I thank the Lord we have 6 bishops now because there's the 5th one, Monsignor Rangel in the Diocese of Campos in Brazil, which would be a story for another lecture. And Monsignor Lasso, a retired bishop from the Philippines, God bless him, who has joined the Society of St. Pius X. This emergency, which can easily be proven in canon law, this emergency caused Rome to found a new organization, the Fraternity of St. Peter. Some of the priests, most of them, by the way, not in disagreement with the consecrations, the episcopal consecrations, that's another one of those tiny little dishonesties, or deviations from truth, or as you put it in politically correct speak, untruth. Most of them didn't leave the Society of St. Pius X because they were against the episcopal consecrations, but because they wanted to leave anyway. So then now they had a new chance. And the Fraternity of St. Peter was founded for the only and exclusive purpose to get people away from the Society of St. Pius X. Ain't that nice? So, an organization like this does not have the blessing of the Holy Spirit because the Church does not do things like this. The Church does not do that. Enough about the Fraternity of St. Peter. Why did I say before that Archbishop Lefebvre consecrated those 4 bishops with the will of the Pope? What is the will of the Pope? What is it? Now, the present Pope is a man who says Christ is really substantially present on the altar in Mass. And then he celebrates a Mass that never mentions this fact. So what does he mean? In another one of his encyclicals, the Pope says, only if you have the full Catholic truth you can be saved. And then in another place he says, Christ does not deny salvation to the efforts, mind you, of Protestant churches. Doesn't mean the individual Protestant. Maybe. But the efforts of Protestant churches, never. So what does he mean? Well, if I'm nice to the Pope and I'm respectful to the Pope, and I have to choose between one of his 2 opinions, I will choose the one that confirms with church tradition. Now, if the Pope says to Archbishop Lefebvre, I don't want you to ordain these bishops, but at the same time, in writing, he has signed the new Code of Canon Law, which in Canon 1725 says, the highest law of the Church is the salvation of the souls, and Archbishop Lefebvre was able to prove that the salvation of the souls depended on correct theology, on correct confessors, and on the only rite of the Roman Catholic Church. He had the will of the Pope, the real will of the Pope. The will of the Vicar of Christ, the will of the successor to St. Peter, not the will of Karol Wojtyła, John Paul II. Again, another one of those contradictions. So what would he have gone according to? I mean, you don't choose the heresy, you choose the orthodoxy. Okay? So he went on, and as a matter of fact, at the Episcopal consecrations, the 30th of June 1988, the Mandatum Apostolicum was read. The Mandatum Apostolicum is a letter, and there's a prescribed formula for it, that says, I, John Paul II, bishops of the Church, a Vicar of Christ, Bishop of Rome, Archbishop of etc., Primate of Italy, and Primate of the West, and Patriarch of the West, and so on, and servant of the servants of God, hereby allow you, Bishop so-and-so, or Archbishop so-and-so, or Cardinal so-and-so, or anybody in good standing with the Catholic Church, to consecrate the following priest, to the bishophood. Archbishop Lefebvre, of course, could not put in the name John Paul II, so he said the Church, exactly according to canon law. If my bishop refuses to give faculties of confession to me, and one of you comes to me and says, Father, I want to confess to a Catholic priest, could you hear my confession? I got, in that moment, latest in that moment, I get the faculty from the Church, and that is declared in canon law. Archbishop Lefebvre received the faculties to consecrate those bishops because of the emergency situation in the Church provided by canon law. These were canonically correct consecrations. You understand this? And that's basically the story of the Society of St. Pius X. And they're the only ones who, unlike me in rather milder terms, but very definitely, acknowledge the fact that the present Pope's encyclicals are packed with heresy. The Fraternity of St. Peter officially agrees with Vatican II, and officially agrees with the present Pope's encyclicals. So they are not Catholics, officially, objectively. They are formally not Catholics. Formally, in their heart, I don't know. I have friends in the Fraternity of St. Peter's who are good priests, but formally, they're not Catholics. Formally, they're in heresy because they sign and affirm officially, formally, objectively, heresy, which means Vatican II. Refer to yesterday's lecture. And the same with the Institute of Christ the King. The Institute of Christ the King, founded by Monsignor Wack, and because I was stupid enough not to see what was going on, and I like to have this on tape because Monsignor Wack never tells anybody about it, the Institute of Christ the King could only be founded because I was the bum who made it possible that he had 4 priests ordained. I'm not going to say here how I did it. And so he was able to start the Institute of Christ the King because now he had 6 priests instead of 2. Unfortunately. Because as much as I like the Institute of Christ the King, as much as I like their priests, and I really like them, one of them is my best friend, Monsignor Wack celebrated with the Pope second Eucharistical prayer, together with Dom Gérard Calvet, the abbot of the Benedictine monastery in France, that he founded to celebrate the Old Rite. They celebrate the 1965 Rite. If you call that the Old Rite, I don't know. And both of them celebrated with the Pope, something which in the old liturgy you had only at episcopal consecrations, and in quite a different form of today than today. They both celebrated with the Pope second Eucharistical prayer. I have seen the picture. So you know what's going on. You cannot say that the Novus Ordo is against divine law and then celebrate it for diplomatical reasons. Either you mistakenly say this is the liturgy of the church, then you might as well celebrate it, or you say what I say, it's against divine law, and that's the reason why I'm not celebrating it, then you can also not do it for diplomatical reasons. And if they do not say, if the Fraternity of St. Peter and if the Institute of Christ the King do not say that the Novus Ordo is against divine law, then why do they celebrate the old Mass? Because it's more beautiful? Okay, they're running a museum. Then against divine law. If it was not against divine law, on direct commandment of my bishop, I would have to celebrate it, right? If the Pope tells me that in a Dominican monastery somewhere they don't have a priest left, it's only brothers, and please, Fr Hesse, celebrate the Dominican Rite for them, I will say, yes, sir, anytime you want. The Dominican Rite, the old Dominican Rite, of course. Fine. I have to obey. The reason why I cannot obey the Pope is because I'm bound to the divine law, and the new rite is against the divine law. Therefore, I'm not allowed to celebrate it. I commit a sin if I celebrate it. I did celebrate it. I didn't know. So subjectively, I did not commit a sin. Objectively, it was horrible what I did. I'm ashamed that I didn't find out earlier. I'm glad I didn't have to confess it. So these people are running a museum. Anybody who receives his faculties and his blessings from Ecclesia Dei, except for useful purposes. I got the decree of Ecclesia Dei here. Now this is on tape and they might take it back, but I'm deadly afraid of this. Here's the decree of the Ecclesia Dei Commission that allows me to celebrate Mass privately in the old rite. But sometimes it's useful. I don't believe in this. It's null and void, but sometimes it's useful. And if they want to take it back, let them take it back, okay? I got my travel luggage altar. The reason why I mention the Fraternity of St. Peter and the Institute of Christ the King is not to put them down, especially not the members. Monsignor Wack, the founder of the Institute of Christ the King, is a friend of mine for now 18 or 19 years. And some of the priests of the Institute are friends of mine, some of the priests in the Fraternity of St. Peter are friends of mine. Friendship usually is, especially among men, something that does not necessarily concern religion and politics. With me, a lot more politics than religions. I have Episcopalian friends and I love them, but they're Republicans. And so the reason why I mention them is to explain to you why I want you, if it is possible, to go to the Masses of St. Pius X. Now, if you happen, I don't know the geographical situation here, if you happen to live around the corner of a chapel of the Institute of Christ the King or the Fraternity of St. Peter, and the chapel of the Society of St. Pius X is 2 hours away, of course you're allowed to go to the, provided it's the old Mass and they don't give communion in the hand there because like they do in indult Masses, or if you live around the corner of the indult Mass, and they do not commit sacrilege there, You're allowed to go there, but I warn you, first of all, there's two dangers. First of all, in their sermons, you cannot be sure you will get the doctrine of the Church. Now, with the Society of St. Pius X, even if a sermon there might be incredibly boring, it will never be against the doctrine of the Church. With the Indult Mass and the Fraternity of St. Peter, there's a probability that they will tell you the truth, but you don't know. And there's another thing. When you go to communion with the Society of St. Pius X, you definitely know that the little hosts distributed to you were consecrated by one of the priests of the Society of St. Pius X within the Old Mass. With the Indult Mass, you might get the host that some liberal, hippie 1968 generation priest celebrate in an invalid celebration attempted to consecrate. So they're only cookies, crackers. With the Fraternity of St. Peter, you can go to communion without hesitation. Because if it's their own chapel, if they are not just borrowing the chapel, if they have their own chapel, then it's only them who celebrate there, so the Blessed Sacrament is valid. However, you have to be careful. If you can't go to anywhere else but to the Indult Mass, go, but don't go to communion. You don't have to. The Church says you must go to communion once a year. Well, once a year you will be able to drive 3 or 4 hours to the next chapel, if you have to go that far, to the next chapel of St. Pius X and receive a definitely, positively valid communion there. See, the thing is, I'm not saying that 99.9% of the churches or parishes in this country do not celebrate Mass anymore, do not have the Blessed Sacrament in the Tabernacle anymore. I do not say that. I only say one thing, which Pope Innocent III said. You always must. Now this is official church doctrine. You always must adapt the safer course. You are not allowed to take chances with the sacraments. You're not allowed to. If you take chances with the sacraments, you're in sin. So if you don't know about the validity, stay away from communion. You don't have to. That's one of the greatest mistakes in our days. I don't see people going to confession, but I always see them going to communion. Either they're all very, 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 very holy, or they don't care. And it's a mistake to think that you have to go to communion in any case. And don't make the mistake a religious sister recently made in my presence saying, "Oh, Father, but I have a problem. I have to go to communion, otherwise all the sisters will see that I do not go to communion." I said, that's very easy. Grab a sandwich 5 minutes before Mass and let them see you do it. What are they concerned with? What the others think or say, or what at the Last Judgment will be said to them? Don't worry. Go to the Society of St. Pius X as much as possible, and if this is really too much for you, because you would have to go too far, or if the roads are, well, there won't be much ice here in winter in Louisiana, but in New England there is. I repeat what I said in one of the other lectures because it's of extreme importance. The third commandment does not say you have to go to Mass. The third commandment says you have to keep the Sunday holy. Actually, it says the Sabbath, but, the Sunday. You have to sanctify Sunday. That's the third commandment. It is the Church that says you have to go to Mass. The Church can only give positive laws. So the Church has to provide the possibility for you. It is the Church's duty to make sure you can go to Sunday Mass. So if the Church does not provide you with its own liturgy, this is defined dogma of the Faith Council of Trent. The faithful have the right, God-given right, to receive the sacraments in their own right. My own right is not the Novus Ordo of Paul VI of infelicitous memory. My own right is the everlasting Mass, the Mass, la messe de toujours, as Lefebvre called it, the Mass of all the times. That is my own right, not a newly written up right. And in this context, I quote Trent again. 7th session, Canon 13. You will find it in Father Trinchard's book. Canon 13 of the 7th session said, whoever says that one of the pastors includes the Pope, right? It doesn't say one of the pastors subject to the Supreme Pontiff. It says one of the pastors, so it includes the Pope. Whoever says that one of the pastors is allowed to omit or add anything to the liturgy or to write up a new liturgy, he's outside the Church. If Pope Paul VI had said that, he would have ceased to be Pontiff, most probably. He never said it, he just did it. He never endorsed it either. He never put his signature to a decree that says you have to use the new rite. So Pius V said you must not create a new rite. The Council of Trent said you cannot create a new rite. And Paul VI did not say we have to use the new rite. So the book he created, the book he had written up by a couple of bureaucrats, this book is just simply null and void. And all Paul VI says in his introduction to the book, the Constitutio Apostolica Missaria Romanum of 1969, he says, I like this book and I add 3 Eucharistical prayers. Nowhere does he say you have to use it. So if you use it, you're going against divine law, defined Council of Trent. You're going against divine law established by Pius V forever. And you think you're obeying something which was never decreed by Paul VI of most infelicitous memory. So you understand what I'm saying? The new Mass is illicit. It is not my right. The Council of Trent defined that I have the right to hear Mass according to my right. So what do you do if you cannot have the old Mass because it's too far away? Father Schmidberger once said, and I think he's an authority on those things because Father Schmidberger is not known for being overly indulgent with people. Father Schmidberger said, if you have to drive for more than an hour to get Mass, then you are dispensed. Well, for European standards. I mean, 1 hour in Europe is like 5 hours in Texas, right? So your conscience will have to tell you what you do. But in New England, on icy roads, I would never tell anybody to drive an hour to Mass. It's ridiculous. You don't have to risk your life for something the Church guarantees to you and does not give to you. You are not obliged to risk your life for that. Absolutely not. The Church has dogmatically defined that you have a right for the old Mass, and it doesn't give you the old Mass. We need a so-called excommunicated group to provide so-called, I will come back to that. We need a so-called excommunicated group to provide us with what the Church guarantees dogmatically defined in the Council of Trent. This is ridiculous. So you will hopefully not misunderstand when I'm said you are dispensed when it is sub gravi incommodo, as the Church says, under grave incommodity. What do you do in that case? Well, you sit home and you say an additional rosary to the rosaries you usually say. Oh, please don't give me the cheap thing, like you say a rosary every day and then you say one on Sunday instead of going to Mass. I mean, you have to understand that you will have to do a little bit more on Sundays to sanctify Sunday. If you are among the good and wonderful people who say the daily rosary, then please say a second or third one on Sunday. And take your Sunday Missal and read the Mass. You don't have to read the entire Mass. It's one of those mistakes people who want to concelebrate with a priest like me who celebrates Mass in 20 minutes, and then they can't keep up, and afterwards they say, Father, I couldn't follow you. And I say, what's the matter with you? You want to concelebrate? Read the reading of the Gospel and pray. In the old days, you didn't have a Missal to follow Mass. The priest would tell you, say a rosary, or he would hand you a book with a Mass devotion. So don't pretend you have to understand every prayer. You don't understand it anyway. And don't think that you have to follow the priest with every single line he says. I once met a woman in Rome who put herself visibly to everybody right here. Up there was the altar. And then at the canon, she went like this. So everybody could see she knew even the canon by heart. Now, this is what I call mental disturbances. And, or in politically correct newspeak, wisdom-challenged woman. Woman, excuse me, with a Y. That's sure a wisdom-challenged person who thinks that she must concelebrate with the priest by saying every word he says. Don't. But at home, if you don't get to Mass, take your time for reading the Missal. God will accept it as your Sunday duty to be fulfilled. Naturally. A nurse in the hospital who's got 12 hours service there can't go to Mass. And somebody who's lying in the hospital, in bed, can't go to Mass. But he has to sanctify Sunday, and if it is only in intention, he has to sanctify Sunday. Because God himself cannot dispense from the third commandment. Because the 3 commandments concerning himself he cannot dispense of. God cannot dispense you from believing in him, from having to believe in him. God cannot dispense you from not abusing his name. And God cannot dispense you from fulfilling Sunday obligation. But if the Church does not give you the possibility of fulfilling your Sunday obligation the way the Church wants it, then it's the Church's fault that you can't do it, and not yours. And now, as far as the excommunication is concerned, well, I told you that Archbishop Lefebvre was indeed, in reality, following the official, formal, according to church tradition, established will of the Supreme Pontiff. So the excommunication is invalid, of course. According to Canon 1325, I believe it is, don't kill me if I made a mistake, of the new Code of Canon Law, which was signed by the present Pope in 1983, according to this new Code of Canon Law, which says, if somebody commits a crime against a canon of this book, even if he erroneously is in good conscience, he cannot be punished with the full punishment. So the excommunication provided by Canon, forgot which one, for illegal and illicit episcopal consecrations does not apply, period. And Cardinal Ratzinger said so. And recently at the Gregorian University in Rome, a doctoral thesis was accepted with the highest mark that proved this to be a fact. So the only one who is still saying that Archbishop Lefebvre is excommunicated is the Fraternity of St. Peter, needless to say, and the Indult people. Cardinal Ratzinger doesn't say it. The Pope privately doesn't say it. He's not honest enough to come out in public against his fraudulent decree of 1988, to which I will come back. And the Gregorian University, right under the eyes of the Pope, accepts a doctoral dissertation on the subject, saying that Archbishop Lefebvre is not excommunicated. And recently, Cardinal Ratzinger was asked by a pious lady in Germany if why the congregation, why the Secretariat for the non-Catholic religions does not extend its ecumenical activities towards the Society of St. Pius X. Cardinal Ratzinger, in writing, answered in writing, the Society of St. Pius X is not outside the Church, it is only disobedient, which of course we know it is not. We know they are not disobedient. But Cardinal Ratzinger put in writing that the Society of St. Pius X is not outside the Church. He dares to contradict his Pope, who in 1988 in the document Ecclesia Dei 3 times says they're outside the Church. So who's right again? Well, this is the thing with the Novus Ordo Conciliar Church of the New Advent, as the Pope calls it. I would have never dreamed up this term. The Church of the New Advent is fraudulent, because today it says this, and tomorrow it says another thing. And what do you call a man who today says this, and tomorrow says another thing? Well, politically correct speak would say he's a man who has chosen the lifestyle of untruth. Which means he's a damn liar. And the document Ecclesia Dei, not only, as I pointed out in one of my previous lectures, is heretical against the dogmatic Constitution Dei Filius of the First Vatican Council on the tradition of the Church, quoting Dei Verbum number 8 of Vatican II, which gives an erroneous interpretation of tradition. It is also fraudulent as far as canon law is concerned, because it just does not mention the necessary canons, which explain that Archbishop Lefebvre, the 4 bishops who he consecrated, and the co-consecrator, Bishop Castromayor, thank you, never were excommunicated. So I cannot call the Pope a liar, because I do not know if he deliberately lies. I can definitely call him an ignorant of canon law. That's not a sin. I have to presume in charity that he did not deliberately lie. In this case, I have to conclude the guy doesn't know his own canon law. Sorry. But Ecclesia Dei proves what I say. The Pope does not know his own canon law. And this has been proven. If you want to read the 600 or 700 pages Father Mary of the Archdiocese of New York presented as his doctoral dissertation, then just call the Archdiocese of New York. They will provide a photocopy. And so I think I have pretty much explained the situation of the Society of St. Pius X. I should, almost as a gag to this, as a joke, add what happened when Bishop, what's his name, Ferrerio or something like this, of Hawaii. The Bishop of Hawaii. Well, who cares what his name is? The Bishop of Hawaii, there's a Catholic group there who wanted Bishop Fillet to come over to give confirmation to their children. So the local Bishop of Hawaii excommunicated them. Well, with Rome, of course, not being the fastest ever, it needed some 2.5 years, but then Rome took the excommunication back and told Bishop Ferreri, or whatever he's called, of Hawaii, sorry, pal, you cannot excommunicate them because they're not outside the church. He said, you can suspend them. Fine. This is a disciplinary, not a theological punishment. And that's bad enough. But just to show you, Rome does not know where they stand. But unless I can tell you one thing, I know where I stand. Thank God. Thank you. Cheers. Questions and answers. Don't be afraid to ask a silly question. Only the person who laughs about a silly question is silly.
Well, Father, what about the new Christ the King in Italy, in Rome?
The Institute of Christ the King. Well, what I said before.
It follows the same as St. Peter.
Yeah. Yeah. They celebrate validly, they consecrate validly. If you know that it was them who consecrated the Eucharist, you can go to communion there. But I have never heard a bad sermon coming from them. They're much better than Fraternity of St. Peter. This is sort of generalizing judgment, of course, but I don't see any problem there. It's just beware, be careful. That's all. The only ones you don't have to be careful with is Pius X. This is what I'm saying. Okay.
Well, I
Yeah?
was told that signs in the church in St. Peter where the Pope will not give communion in the hands. Is that true?
That was true until 1990. When I was serving in St. Peter's at the Novus Ordo Mass at 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Latin there, I was responsible for the Blessed Sacrament for 5 years. And I made sure that nobody gave communion in the hand. I didn't always succeed, but I tried my best. And one of the auxiliaries of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia got to understand my wrath when he started to distribute communion in the hand. Now, you have to give communion in the hand upon request in St. Peter's, because the new Archpriest of St. Peter's is none else but Cardinal Virgilio Know, one of the principal manufacturers of the new liturgy. As a matter of fact, this is something you should know, because then you will understand why I'm critical with this Pope and many people. When Dom Gérard Calvet, the abbot of the monastery of Madeleine-le-Barou, who later on, unfortunately, concelebrated with the Pope, as I mentioned before, when he came to Rome in 1989, he wanted to say the old Mass at the altar of St. Pius X in St. Peter's Basilica. And he had arrived, get this, he had arrived at the offertory when Cardinal Virgilio Know walked up and said, "You can't do this here. You will not celebrate the old Mass here." At the offertory. That's a canonical crime. That, in the old days, when the church was healthy and sane, this merited automatical excommunication. That's a sacrilege to interrupt Mass at the offertory. And now, this is not the worst. Cardinal Know interrupted this Mass, and Dom Gérard Calvet the same day told the Pope. And you know what the Pope's reaction was? I made Cardinal Know what he is now. Period. Boom. This is not a lawful church. This is tyranny. Next question.
Father, did you hear that the Pope had resigned but didn't put a date on it?
I do not read the Weekly World News, and I do not read the National Enquirer, because I do not believe in rumors.
It was announced by a letter in a church
Yeah.
in Florida. Probably the Rome was on it.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, it was announced right here in ISD.
I don't know. One of the first rules of combat is never assume anything. I do not assume. I speak when I can prove what I say. I do not speak before that. Go ahead. Questions?
Looking at the devil worship thing that's happening in the Vatican.
History. And I don't even know if it's history. I know there are Satanists in the Vatican, but I don't know how far they practice and what they practiced. And don't trust The Windswept House by Malachi Martin. Don't. Don't trust the book. The book is packed with mistakes. For somebody who claims to know Rome, this guy makes just a little bit too many mistakes. A couple of dozen. He puts the Pope on the 4th floor. All of Italy knows the Pope is living on the terzo piano, the 3rd floor. You don't make mistakes like this unless you don't know Rome. He puts the Secretary of State on a penthouse on a Via Aurelia seminary. The Secretary of State has to stay in his apartment inside the Vatican, or he has to resign, period. I don't know who the guy is working for. I have a pretty good suspicion whom he's working for, but his books are not written by somebody who knows Rome or Catholic theology very well, as a matter of fact. Next question.
When somebody tells us going to Pius X, they're excommunicated or in schism, do we refer them to that new canon code 1325?
Yes, and you refer them to the Council of Trent, which says that each faithful has a right, and when Council of Trent says that, that means it's divine law.
Okay.
By divine law, each faithful has the right to receive the sacraments in his own right. The new right is written up by bureaucrats. It is not the right of the Catholic Church. Quote the Council of Trent again, 7th session, Canon 13. Put down 713. 7th session, Canon 13. You will find the 7th session, Canon 13 in Father Trinchard's book. You will find Saint Pope Pius V, Quo Primum, in Father Trinchard's book, in its entirety. And you will find the fraudulent document Ecclesia Dei in Father Trinchard's book. So there you got the documents you can work with. Anybody speaks about the excommunication to you, first you find out if he wants to know the truth. If he wants to know the truth, then you bother with him. If he does not want to know the truth, but just wants to speak to you for the sake of argument, quote Christ. Leave the house, leave the town, and please, for the quotation in English, leave the town. What's the English translation? And shake off the dust of your shake off the dust of your feet. Okay, that's what you do. Next question.
Father, when others say to you, well, the Holy Father is persecuted, he is surrounded by enemies, the bishops throwing this...
I told you I don't read the Weekly World News or the National Enquirer.
This is universally heard.
Oh, well, that's an international Weekly World News.
You know, among...
You know they found the B-17 fleet on the moon? I read this in the National in the Weekly World News. No, don't believe a word.
No, but
that's my answer. Don't believe a word.
what do you answer to those people?
Nothing.
You just turn from them?
No, you don't turn from them. You say this is ridiculous, huh? And then you mention the Weekly World News. Get the most recent headline at the supermarket. Have it ready. Yeah.
Father, when I came up to the town, I was always taught when we passed the Catholic Church to bow our head and make the sign of the cross.
Yeah.
Now I bow my head and I say, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, have mercy on their souls.
Yes.
Am I doing right or wrong?
Very right, indeed. I drink to that. Very right indeed. Next question.
Yeah, I have another one.
Sure. Any.
I was thinking, wouldn't it be a good idea when they say to us, we're excommunicated and so forth, if we would ask them for a document?
Very good, yes. Yeah. Now I want to see what you're referring to. Excuse me, I want to see what you're referring to.
Bravo.
Answer a question with a question.
That's right, yeah. They think they got all the right in the world to attack you. Hit back twice. That's what I always say. I don't wear this uniform for nothing, huh?
Well, I like to say that it's due to a blindness that we've all been under, and by the grace of God, we're coming out of some of it. It's just a discussion, a heated discussion yesterday with a friend, talking about the Pope trying to search for some unity amongst all religions. Well, my friend is of the opinion that he has to do this.
No.
And I tried to quote Pope Pius XI and Mortality.
Very good. Very good.
Like, she never even hears these things. And I've experienced it several times. So we'll never hear
At a certain point, you just give up.
that we've all been deceived. That's what Fatima is about, isn't it? That we've all been deceived.
Now, at a certain point, you just give up. That's what I said. The moment if you see that this is a poor, misled person, be patient. But if you see that that same person is not interested in hearing the truth, you just politely you give up. Sometimes, look, I cannot refer now. I don't do this for polemical reasons. I cannot refer to a religious conversion, but I remember a case of political conversion. I tried to make Republicans out of Democrats, right? And I remember I talked to one who was an ardent Democratic voter and a registered member of the Democratic Party. And I was very patient with him, and at a certain point he gave me an argument which was so stupid that I said, okay, cut it out. I've had it. But I had said enough. 3 years later, I met him again, and he said, Gregory, whiz kid, you turned me around. Now I'm a member of the Republicans. And I said, good, it worked. It worked. And this is what you have to do in the religious. I quoted a political conversion for the simple reason that this has never happened to me with a religious conversion, but it might as well happen. So far, my religious conversions were step-by-step work. But sometimes you cut the contact, and what you said will continue working in the mind of the person. See, anybody who does not refuse the truth eventually will find it. John Wayne found it on his deathbed. He died a Catholic with all the sacraments. They say this about George Washington. I have indications that it is true, but there's no proof. But it's definitely true with John Wayne, so it works. You never give up hope. Hope means there might be a chance, and if it's only in the last moment. Questions?
Why is it that the veil of blindness is mostly in Rome, like this lady said?
Corruptio optimi pessima. The corruption of the best is the worst. And you know very well, being close to the sea, that when a fish starts to smell, it always starts at the head. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, yeah. I've been asked very often, how is it possible that out of 3,000 bishops, let's say it's 3,000 for the sake of argument, 2,994 are following the Novus Ordo and all the heresies of today. How is it possible? Well, I told you, we cannot judge intentions. So I only can, I can give you, let's say, an estimate on a percentage. Most of the clergy just don't want to lose their beautiful job. It's materialism. Sheer commodity and materialism. They know if they go back to the old mass, they will be fired. And the same with the bishops. You can't imagine how many bishops gloom and bloom and glow the moment they're in front of a TV camera, which they won't get the moment they say the old mass. And then, of course, with the buffet table facing the people, you can put up a show. At Mass, you have to concentrate on the sacrifice, and you can't put up a show. And some people don't like that. And then, of course, there is a vast majority of misled people. Take the average parish priest of, let's say, 32 years. He was born when Vatican II was over. He has never had the Catholic faith, just like the present Pope. He has never had the Catholic faith. The typical average 32 years old parish priest was born when Vatican II was over. He has never seen the old liturgy. He has never experienced the old faith. He most probably never saw the Baltimore Catechism or the Catechism of St. Pius X. He will be stuffed with the new catechism, about which I don't have to talk here, because all I have to tell you is the new catechism quotes Vatican II over and over again, and the worst places of all. So that settles the new catechism. So the usual young priest today, he has never had it. And the old priest usually is too stubborn. Now he's celebrating the wrong thing for 30 years, and he will not admit it. Or he doesn't want to lose his retirement, his pension. And then, of course, there are some I don't dare to give a percentage, but it's more than you think. There are some who want to destroy the church, and that's why they do what they do. In 1974, I said this yesterday, NATO estimated 3,000 communist agents to be among the church hierarchy. We know that Joseph Stalin, Uncle Joe in the 1930s, infiltrated Western seminaries with KGB agents. So I don't think these people are really misled. They want to destroy the church. And some of the people make money on destroying the church, like my dear friend Andrew Greeley and others. So this is the answer. And that's a majority. Well, we started with 12 bishops and one of them was a traitor. So now we got it the other way around. That is not true. Only a tiny minority of the members of the hierarchy are members of the Masonic lodges. Look, with most of them, why would the lodges be stupid enough to accept them into the lodge if they do anyway what they want? The usual priest today and the usual bishop today is nothing else but the faithful idiot Lenin mentions so often in his works. The useful idiot, not the faithful idiot. He's the useful idiot. And so the lodges don't need their membership. As a matter of fact, just before I was confronted with this so-called list of 120 Masons in the Vatican. That list is a fraud. The authentic list came out in 1976, I think it was, and contained 14 or 16 names, which I did some research on while I was in Rome, and I found that those, with 13 of those 16, I could prove they were Masons. Or it had been proved that they were Masons. And then a year after that, the lodge came out with a list of 120 persons who supposedly belonged to the Masonic lodges. Yeah, except that of those 120 persons, I know at least 7 who are definitely not Masons. One of them is the bishop who ordained me, and who is one of the most pious bishops I've ever met. He's Novus Ordo because he's a theological idiot, but it's not his fault. But he's an extremely good man. He's a holy person. He suffers from encephalitis now, and I want you to pray for him. His memory is gone, but he prays hours and hours every day. He gets up at 2 o'clock at night and wants to celebrate Mass because he doesn't know what time of the day it is. All he wants to do is to pray. It doesn't sound like a Mason to me. He was on the list, and it's just one example. So again, do not trust the Weekly World News or the National Enquirer. And do not trust all the Catholic newspapers, especially the Wanderer, which is, I think, below the level of the Weekly World News. Oh, the Weekly World News is fun. The Wanderer is this, boring me stiff.
To what extent are we responsible to evangelize or tell what we've learned to...
We are not Jehovah's Witnesses. We are not Jehovah's Witnesses, so don't put your foot in your mouth or in the door. That might turn out bad. When a Jehovah's Witness put his foot in my door, he faced the barrel of a .357 Magnum Ruger. He disappeared very fast. No, you do what you can without going on people's nerves. Because, see, this is very important. Don't go on people's nerves. Because then they just for the sake of escaping you will not listen to you. Say, oh my God, I gotta go. Huh? Don't go on people's nerves. And be friendly. Sometimes it's the Catholics in this country who are so rude, and not the Episcopalians, who are nice and polite. So please, do not bother people. But make sure that you do not hide your opinions, quote unquote, your faith. Do not hide your faith, make it known. But when you see it's rejected, do not insist. It will only cause the contrary. Pressure always causes counter-pressure. Always. It's a law of physics.
You know, the Catholic paper that belongs to research the priest that you can write to and they'll answer and someone asked him about his pricing blood brothers and sisters, and he said that, well, not through the Virgin Mary, but St. Joseph, probably their priests married him.
It's an interesting theory. It's an interesting theory, except it contradicts the church doctrine on St. Joseph being castissimus sponsus, the most chaste husband.
Something about Cardinal Stickler. I don't know.
All you want to know about him?
Friends from church.
Cardinal Stickler is the typical example of a very pious, very learned, very erudite, and misled person. Oh, if you want him to say the Old Mass, he will say the Old Mass. If you want him to say the New Mass, he will say the New Mass. The Mass he celebrates back home is a mixed rite. He has the Old Missal. I should know. I served his Mass. He served my Mass, and I served his Mass. We are old friends. Cardinal Stickler and I, we have a friendship dating back to 1975. But I was kind of confused when I saw him celebrating something which is neither to be found in the New nor in the Old Missal. And I asked him after Mass, I said, excuse me, but what rite do you celebrate? And he said, well, I'm celebrating the old rite the way the Council wanted it to be reformed. And I said, oh, and so you're the authority on it. He didn't say anything. He knew I was always impertinent with him, so.
In my parish church, the organist at times, during the people going to communion, he would play the theme from Exodus.
Nothing worse shall ever happen. Yeah, well, it's an Exodus. They all leave the church. Might as well play the Exodus. The only interesting door in the Novus Ordo Church is the one that says exit. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I should say, I did say this before, but I should remind you of the fact you're not allowed to attend Novus Ordo Masses. You're not allowed to attend Novus Ordo Masses unless for social purposes, like a wedding funeral. And in that case, you have to shut up. Don't say amen. Amen doesn't mean yes, it's all right. Amen means yes, yes, yes. You cannot say yes, yes, yes to something that's against divine law. Just wanted to repeat this. You will hear it on tape too.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to our talk today with Fr Gregory Hesse. I had a whole list of excerpts from letters that we get saying all kinds of good things about Fr Hesse, but he forbade me to read some of them to you. So all he wants me to say is he has a doctorate in sacred theology and canon law, and a licentiate in both. And so here he is, Fr Gregory Hesse.
Thank you.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, Amen. Actionis nostras quae sumus Domini aspirando preveniat adiuvando prosecure contra nostra oratio a te sempre incipit et ejecta finiatur. Per Christum Dominum nostrum. Amen. Sancte Pia Decimi, ora pro nobis.
Now today's talk is not about the new Mass at all. We have discussed that abomination already twice over, and you will find it on other tapes, and you will find it in Father Paul Kramer's excellent book on the theological vindication of Roman Catholic tradition, and you will find it in Father Trincher's excellent book on the same topic. And we have to discuss a great confusion that has taken place in this country with people who say that whoever says the Mass of 1962 does not say the Mass of Pius V. This is a wrong statement. It is coming from self-appointed theologians. Mind you, I have been called a self-appointed theologian too by some priests in this country and by some self-appointed experts. Well, I don't think that a doctorate in theology coming from a Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas in Rome, therefore given in the name of the Pope, is self-appointment, but whoever wants to stay believing this, okay. He's not a man or a woman close to the truth. I am not a self-appointed theologian. I was appointed by the Pope indirectly, and I was appointed by the Dean of Theology of the Faculty of Thomistic Theology at the Angelicum in Rome, which is the University of St. Thomas Aquinas, a pontifical university. The doctorate I hold is enough to get the title of professor without having to write another paper. And we have to discuss this because some people think the Society of St. Pius X is gravely wronged by celebrating the Mass of 1962. I will show you why they are not, even though I don't do it. And I will show you why I do not celebrate the Mass of 1962 and why they say the Mass of 1962. Now, first of all, you have to understand that principally the Mass of 1962 is not new. I explained, talking about the Mass of St. Pius V, that quo primum is a document binding forever. It binds forever for the simple reason that the legal formula used, the legal formula that says this document cannot be changed and it cannot be abolished ever, it holds forever, is not dealing with disciplinary matters. As the Fraternity of St. Peter and other groups like to point out, the Jesuit order was abolished by Pope Benedict XIV using the same formula. Pope Benedict XIV, in his decree abolishing the Jesuit order, says this decree is in itself unchangeable and it has to stay forever. And they say if this was binding successors, then Pius VII gravely sinned when he reinstituted the Society of Jesus, the Jesuits. These people forget that abolishing a religious order is a matter of discipline. It is not a matter of faith. It is certainly not a matter of faith if the Jesuits exist or not. Today it might be better for the faith if they did not exist, but it's not a matter of faith if they exist or not. The Mass, however, due to the oldest principle of Mass, lex orandi, lex credendi, the law of what has to be prayed will determine the law of what has to be believed. Therefore, the Mass is not just a matter of faith, it's the basis of our faith. We do not believe what is not celebrated in Mass, and we believe what is celebrated in Mass. A decree, therefore, ruling over the entire structure of Mass, and not just little details, will certainly bind the successor of the Pope who has issued the decree. How come, then, that some popes after Pius V did some changes? Well, they did not really change the Mass. They modified rubrics, most of the time for the purpose of restoring Mass to what it was. I'll give you an example with what Pius X did. Pius X, in 1907, promoted the rank of Sunday. Before John the 23rd invented a new hierarchy of feasts, the rank of Sunday was semi-duplex. That had something to do with the rules of choir in a monastery. It's not the topic of today, and I have no intention to explain it. Semi-duplex was, the hierarchy was duplex prima classis, something like Easter, or Assumption. Duplex secunda classis, duplex maius, duplex, semi-duplex, and simplex. He promoted the Sunday from semi-duplex to an actual, practical duplex prima classis, that meant before Pius X did that, many saints would outrank Sundays during the year. Let's just, for simplicity's sake, talk about the Sundays with the green chasuble, per annum. Sundays after Pentecost and Sundays after Epiphany. When Pius X elevated the rank of Sunday, he did this because when in 1570 Pius V published his missal, which is not his and it's not new, as you will see, there were very few saints in the calendar in comparison to today. There was no parish priest of Ars, there was no St. Teresa of the Little Flowers, because they didn't even live then. There was no St. Thomas More, who was canonized only in 1935. And so during the summer, very often you would have the Sunday anyway. By the time St. Pius X became Pope, there were summers in which you didn't see the green chasuble once. You always had a feast of a saint outranking Sunday. That's not the purpose. There have to be liturgical times. You cannot have all the saints outranking a Sunday of Lent. You wouldn't see the violet chasuble throughout Lent. You'd always have some white or red chasuble for celebrating a saint or a martyr. So what St. Pius X did was nothing else but restoring the situation that he would have found in 1570. Matter of fact, he improved it in a certain sense, because nowadays it is very difficult to outrank a Sunday. During the summertime, only the Feast of the Assumption will be able to do that. And Pius X knew how a pope should behave. He did not just take the missal and change things, but he wrote up a document which he inserted after the documents of his predecessors who had changed some rubrics. And in this document he explains exactly what I just explained to you. He says that with all the feasts coming, with all the saints, the number of saints growing, Sundays were not what they used to be, and therefore he elevates them now to a practical duplex prima classis. However, St. Pius X, respect for the missal was such that he did not dare to change the name of Sunday. It is still called semi-duplex, even though it has the rank of duplex prima classis. So his respect went to the point of not changing the name even. And this is the way popes have, if they want or not, to deal with the Roman Missal. Now there's one thing that has to be understood very clearly. When Pius V published his Missal, he did not publish anything new. The Roman Missal of 1570 is nothing else but the Mass that was celebrated by the Roman Curia 100 years before. And the Missal of 1473 does not contain many changes from the Missal of Gregory the Great. And I have to remind you that the Church sense of tradition in the old days was much, much, infinitely stronger than it was in this century. When in 590-something, Saint Gregory the Great, Pope Gregory the Great, inserted the words hanc diesque nostros into a pace disponas at the hanc igitur, the people in Rome were outraged. The clergy was outraged. They confronted the Pope, said, "How dare you touch the canon?" Now this was in 590 something. St. Gregory the Great reigned from 590 to 604. Most of the time he was in bed, sick and disease-ridden. And the sense of tradition in the old days was such that St. Chrysostomus said, "Is it tradition? Ask no more." If it wasn't tradition, they refused it. If it was tradition, they respected it. So Pope Pius V did not proclaim anything or publish anything new. He canonized what he found. When Pope Pius V became Pope, he just canonized what he found. There was nothing new in the Missal of St. Pius V of 1570. He canonized the Mass because he did not give his successors the right to change the Mass ever again. I have explained that. And it's on one of my other tapes too. However, the most important points to remember in this context is that Canon 13 of the 7th session of the Council of Trent on the sacraments in general says that whosoever says that the accustomed and rites handed down in the practice of the sacraments may be held in disdain, or something may be omitted or added to them, or they may be changed into new rites by whomsoever pastor of the church. Mind you, not every pastor. Whomsoever pastor of the church. let him be accursed, whosoever says so. Whomsoever, per quem cumque pastorem ecclesiae. Per quem cumque. Per quem cumque means everybody included. Otherwise, we don't need the Council of Trent to tell us that it's not allowed to every single priest to change the Mass. That was understood all the time. We don't need the Council of Trent for that. I don't need the Council of Trent to know that I'm not allowed to write up my own missal. So what the Council of Trent was saying here, nobody may change the Mass into a new rite. Nobody. Per quem cumque pastorem. And he condemned the opinion, the Council of Trent condemned the opinion that any one of the pastors may do that. The Pope is Bishop of Rome, as a pastor of the churches. He's Archbishop of Latium, that's a pastor of the churches. He's Primate of Italy, that's a pastor of the churches. And he's the Patriarch of the West, that's again a pastor of the churches. And he's also the servant of the servants of God. That makes him a pastor again. He cannot change the old rite into a new one. And until Paul VI of most infelicitous memory, nobody dared to do so. Now what did John the 23rd do? Well, the problem doesn't start with John the 23rd, it starts with Pius XII. Some people are completely hung up with John the 23rd and what John the 23rd did, and always John the 23rd. The first real changes in Mass occurred under Pius XII, when in 1949, ad experimentum for the moment, he approved a new rite for Holy Week. And he approved some things that are, as I say, that went a little bit too far. However, before I explain these changes to you, I have to make something very abundantly clear. I am not the Pope. I cannot pronounce a final judgment on the differences between the Missal of 1949 and the Missal of 1962. Only a Pope in the future will be able to do that. Only a Pope in the future, only a Pope in the future will have the right to do so. So you must understand that as long as I do not quote a council or a Pope, I am speaking my personal opinion as a doctor of theology, and what I say is not necessarily the final answer to the problem. Unless I quote a Pope or a council, I'm as fallible as can be. And that is exactly the reason why I'm always very careful to point out to you what was said by a Pope and what is said by me. Now when I say I do not like these changes, I do not say it in a, let's say, in a licentious way. I have a right to reject what Pius XII did to the Mass, unless a Pope tells me that I must not. The present Pope might tell me this, but however, as he's celebrating an illegitimate rite that is against divine law, he's not the authority to do so, not in this point. That doesn't mean he isn't Pope. We have discussed that question. He is Pope. And how? But only a future Pope who will restore the Mass, the Latin Rite, only he will be able to tell me you must not do this or you were right in doing so. I cannot tell any priest, and certainly not the bishops of the Society of St. Pius X, that they must not use the 1962 rite. There are several aspects to be understood. When Archbishop Lefebvre decided to use the 1962 rite, he decided so because to him it was the last acceptable form of all the changes. And I will come back to that later. That's part of the problem of self-defense. There are rules for legitimate self-defense. Let me first point out the changes. Now, Pius XII started, and I do not want you to get hooked with the name of Bonini. To us, it is of no importance, of mere historical importance, if it was really the same Annibale Bonini who changed the Holy Week and who wrote up the new Mass. This is academic. It's an academic problem. because the responsibility is always with the Pope and not the Monsignor, Father, Archbishop, or whatever creep he chooses for that. The responsibility is not with Bonini, the responsibility is with the Pope. We are not concerned about historical questions here. It is sad to see that Pius XII was tricked into doing what he did by Bonini. But it's his fault, not mine. So do not get stuck with the name of Bonini. Bonini is certainly one of the sorriest names in church history, but that's not the problem. The problem is that Pius XII gave his signature to something which I cannot consider legal. I repeat, I cannot consider legal. He did not only change a few little things in Holy Week, he made a radical change in Good Friday. Now let me explain just the day by day what he did. In the Mass of All Times, on Palm Sunday, this is something going back to the old days when you had a bishop's cathedral and many filial churches, or an important parish church and an unimportant filial church in the same parish. On Palm Sunday, the priest would, dressed in violet, as should be for Passion, and not in red as now, the priest would bless the palm leaves. He would bless them in what is a relic of a Mass. So he would start out just like at Mass. He would start out with a reading, with the Kyrie, with a reading, with the Gospel, with a preface. And after the preface, instead of saying the canon and consecrating the host, he would bless the palm leaves in with 5 prayers. And then a procession would form and proceed towards the main church. In the old days, the Episcopal Church, the cathedral of the bishop. Knock at the cathedral's door, or at the main church's door, and request entrance into heavenly Jerusalem. So that made sense. That is a representation of what happened on Palm Sunday with our Lord Jesus Christ. When they received him as a king to come, and they received him with palm leaves, and then they let him enter the city of Jerusalem. And then, of course, the first sacrifice of Mass took place in Jerusalem. So the Palm Sunday is nothing else but a visible representation of what happened on that very day with Christ. Pope Pius XII abolished most of the prayers of consecration for the palm leaves, and he abolished the preface. Now, abolishing the preface means he took away one of the few consecratory prefaces left in the Latin Church. In the old days, an important blessing was not just done with a few oremus, etc., and a few signs of the cross. An important benediction was done with a preface. I will come back to that on Easter Vigil. He did away with the consecratory preface. The consecratory preface of the palm leaves is going back to the early centuries. So he did away with with a millennial tradition. Saint Chrysostomus would have rejected that. So would Saint Pius V. And so do I, because they would have. But I say again, I'm not the Pope. I reject it. I cannot pronounce judgment over the priests who don't. I can only judge priests quoting popes and councils. If the present Pope wants to utter heresy, and I can prove to him that what he says is heresy, I can charge him with heresy. But I cannot do so just because he contradicts me or another theologian. No theologian may ever dare to put the Pope in his place as such. Only when you quote councils and popes, you can put the Pope in his place. On Holy Thursday, Pope Pius XII did not change much. On Good Friday, he did, in fact, destroy the only Mass of the pre-sanctified left in the Latin Church. A Missa Praesanctificatorum is a symbolic representation not of the sacrifice of Christ, but it is a symbolic representation of the Old Testament, of the just in the Old Testament. Praesanctificatorum, the Mass of those who are pre-sanctified. Pre-sanctified means the saints of the Old Testament, Moses, Elias, and so on. The Mass of the pre-sanctified does not have a consecration. It does not have communion for the people. It only has communion of the priest with a host that was consecrated the day before. In the Eastern Rite, they still have masses of the priest sanctified on the Ember days. In the Latin Church, we don't have a one left. None. What Pius XII did is he changed the Mass of the priest sanctified into a liturgy of the Word, which is something we find now in the new church, in the Church of the New Advent, as John Paul II dares to call his own church. What Pius XII did was, first of all, he abolished the Mass vestment for the priest. He made the priest take off the black chasuble. Now you have to remember that the very two vestments of the Mass are the maniple and the chasuble, nothing else. A priest must wear a stole for all the other sacraments. He must wear a stole for all blessings. But he must never wear a chasuble and a maniple outside Mass. On Good Friday, he did wear a chasuble and a maniple, even though he did not consecrate. This is why it is called Missa Praesanctificatorum, Mass of the Pre-Sanctified. And he was celebrating a Mass in black chasuble all through the rite, because he was celebrating the Requiem for Christ. That's exactly what Good Friday is, the Requiem for Christ. The Requiem for Christ. Because on Good Friday he did not resurrect. On Good Friday he died. And when somebody dies, you celebrate a Requiem for him. Most of all, our Lord. Pope Pius XII made the priest wear a black cope for the first part of the rite. And for the second part of the rite, he made him wear a violet chasuble. The argument for doing this was somewhat false. When I asked somebody who knew the discussions of the time, why did they change the black into the violet, he said, because you never have black connected with the Holy Eucharist. Which is true to the point that on a tabernacle, even in a Requiem Mass, the tabernacle curtain must never be black, it must be violet even in a Requiem Mass. Out of respect for the Blessed Sacrament, which is alive and not dead. However, why then, if they pretend to have changed the liturgical colors from black to violet for the communion rite, why then did they abolish the incense? So this is highly contradictory, it doesn't make sense. Apart from the question that changing the oldest rite in the Catholic Church is a crime. He also, as I just mentioned, did away with the incense. Now, the important thing about Good Friday is, even when our Lord died, he was still our Lord. He always is. He never ceased to be God. Even the dead Christ on the cross was still God, and always will be, and always is. There is no yesterday, today, and tomorrow with God. So on that very day, you have to have a very special reverence for the one consecrated host that will be very soon consumed by the priest, which is a symbolic representation of what happened on Good Friday, when God himself carried his own instrument of death, and when the people accompanied Christ to the cross, they accompanied God, not a man, God first, then a man. Full God, full man. That is what Christ's incarnation means. They accompanied God. They had to genuflect in front of God. They had to revere God. And this is exactly what happens on Good Friday in the old days. Two altar servers, two thurifers, with two incensers, walk backwards, face towards the Eucharist, and incense the Blessed Sacrament until it arrives at the altar. Then the priest prostrates down to earth. This was the old way to genuflect at consecration. And when the priest communicates Christ, at that very moment, the sacrifice of 2,000 years ago is completed. Every year, again. In a way that we might understand once we are in heaven, hopefully making it there, but we will never understand on earth because we do not understand the contradiction between time and eternity yet. When the priest communicates the host, and he alone, no Blessed Sacrament is supposed to be in the church, because when Christ died on the cross for 3 days, he was not there. Remember, he descended to hell the hell of the paradise of the pre-sanctified just. He descended to hell with his soul, not, as John Paul II said on the 11th of January 1988, with his body, symbolically, because his body was in the grave. The Fourth Lateran Council defined as a dogma, Christ descended with his soul. And he consoled the just in the paradise that was prepared for them, to wait for the beatific vision in heaven. When Pius XII introduced the communion of the faithful on Good Friday, and when he made the priest change into the violet chasuble, and when he abolished the incense for the host, and when he decreed the cope to be used at the first part of Good Friday, he turned the first part into a liturgy of the word, and the second part into a rite of communion for everybody. This is not the Mass of a pre-sanctified anymore. And that's probably the most grievous of all the changes. And it's probably the one that will indeed be refused by a future Pope. I hope so. On Holy Saturday, he destroyed the consecratory preface of the Easter candle. In the old days, the priest would light a candle from the fire that is blessed outside the church. He would light a candle, sing the Lumen Christi, dressed as a deacon if there's no deacon available. Then he would light the second candle, sing Lumen Christi again, light the third candle, sing Lumen Christi again, and thus, with the light of 3 candles only, he will arrive at the hopefully totally dark sanctuary, and there, the Easter candle is waiting for him. No incense in the Easter candle, no light. Then he starts the Exultet. Remember the Exultet iam angelica turba celorum. Exactly this. This is the consecratory preface for the Easter candle. At a certain point during this preface, the incense, the 5 grains of incense that have been blessed outside the church, will be mounted on the Easter candle in the sign of the cross. And a few paragraphs, and one paragraph after that, finally, the Easter candle will be lit. This means the preface the deacon is singing is the consecratory preface of the Easter candle. Pius XII changed that round by having the priest bless, not consecrate, bless the Easter candle outside the church with a ridiculous new script on it, instead of the old consecration. So by the time the deacon arrives at the altar, the Easter candle has been blessed. The Easter candle has been decorated with incense. The Easter candle is ready. The Easter candle will be put up on the stand and light for what is now not anymore a consecratory preface, but a rather boring narration of some parts of the history of salvation. He has turned a consecratory preface into a gospel-like narration. That is changing the nature of Easter Vigil. In the old days, after that, the priest and lector and a few lectors available, if available, would sing 12 readings from the Old Testament. They would sing all the important parts of the history of salvation before Christ in the Old Testament. I perfectly well understand that some people are entirely bored with that, because the priest rattles down in Latin chant something that nobody understands anyway. And very few priests are as fast in doing this as I am. So sometimes this is a part of Easter Vigil that will need more than an hour. For more than an hour, the people, in the old days, had to stand or kneel. Now they are all seated. Watch the priest rattling through the 12 readings. Pius XII thought this was not good, and he abbreviated those 12. He shortened those 12 readings down to 4. And he missed the point again, because those 12 readings in the old days was the instruction for the catechumens, for the people to be baptized in Easter Vigil. While the priest was singing, while the priests and the readers, and the deacon, subdeacon, and the readers were singing those readings in a cathedral of a bishop, priests who had nothing to do at the same time would teach catechism to the people. So up on the altar you had the priest singing, rattling down his 12 readings, and at the same time, which was more than an hour, priests who worked for the cathedral or were called for this job would teach the faithful present in their pews about the Catholic faith. Needless to say that this was found a little bit disturbing in the ceremony, and a few centuries ago they abolished this custom because it was disturbing and because those sermons were not always acceptable. And Easter Vigil is the most holy night of all nights during the year, and you certainly shouldn't give some priests who don't know anything in theology the chance to teach what is wrong right during a sacred ceremony. However, the readings remain. And here is something that shows you that the people today have lost any sense of sacrifice, penance, and preparation. I always tell the people before I celebrate Easter Vigil, okay, the ones of you who think they have to suffer through 12 readings in Latin they don't understand, do not understand what Easter is about. Use the 1 hour that the priest needs at least to sing those 12 readings. Use that hour to say your rosary in preparation for Easter. Use the time you have to wait and suffer through this as the last penance before you finally celebrate Easter. Use the time to examine your conscience and see if you're ready for Easter. And if you really have to understand what the priest says, then in God's name use the missal. It will be difficult at my Mass because I don't allow the lights switched on before the glory of Mass. It's your last chance to pray in front of the Blessed Sacrament before Easter, and you got an hour to do so. Remember what Christ said on the mountain? When the apostles fell asleep 3 times? Can't you even stay awake this little time with me? Well, it seems that in Easter Vigil people are not supposed to. So Pope Pius XII abolished 8 of the 12 readings and left us with 4. It doesn't make sense. And then he introduced something both on Holy Thursday and on Easter Vigil, which is certainly an introduction to the new Mass. For the first time in very many centuries, something like 1500 centuries, 1400 centuries, the priest did not need to say the Judica Me. Now, he doesn't say that in Passion time, but for all the rest of the year he had to say the Judica Me, always. He does not say the Judica Me on Holy Thursday wearing a white chasuble. He does not say the Judica Me at the beginning of Mass on Easter Vigil wearing a white chasuble. On both occasions he does not say the last Gospel anymore. This was certainly new. This was not restoring, this was new. John the 23rd then went further. First of all, he inserted St. Joseph to the canon. What do we say about that? Again, I'm giving you the opinion of a theologian, not papal teaching. So you have no right to condemn me for what I say, and you have no right to quote me as if I was the Pope. Neither one nor the other. I have never left St. Joseph out of the canon, even though I don't say the Mass of 1962. And there's a reason. Historically speaking, St. Joseph does not belong in the canon. Because historically speaking, the only people who belong in the canon is the old martyrs on whose blood the church was built. The 12 apostles and Lini, Cleti, Clementis, Christi, Corneli, Cipriani, Lorenzi, Chrysogoni, Cosme, and Damiani. Not St. Joseph. However, as it is a recent title of St. Joseph, I'm sorry I forgot which pope introduced the title of Patron of the Church for St. Joseph. Certainly a right of the Pope to give him the title of Patron of the Church. Well, as St. Joseph recently has become the patron of the Church, we might as well have him in the canon. I can't see anything wrong with it, I'm sorry. But again, this is my personal opinion. John the 23rd did something else which is a lot more important than St. Joseph in the canon. He did indeed restore the importance of the liturgical seasons, and that was right. That was right. He gave the old importance back to Lent, and he gave the old importance back to the Sundays throughout the year. However, he went too far, I think, when he decided to have saints of rather outstanding importance, such as Saint Benedict, St. Gregory the Great, St. Benedict, the founder of the Occident, as we call him. the founder of Europe, the founder of the monastic system. St. Gregory the Great, the one who codified Gregorian chant, which sounded horrible before he did codify it, believe me. Important saints like St. Benedict and St. Gregory the Great, after John the 23rd, are commemorated in Lent. Now that is going too far. That is definitely going too far. Even in the old days, St. Gregory and St. Benedict could not outrank a Sunday anyway. But that a ferial day, a weekday, would outrank the patron of Europe, St. Benedict, that is something that I cannot accept. John the 23rd changed around another little rubrics. Among them, he abolished the 3 prayers on low-ranking feast days. I think that was wrong, because in a time when we need more prayer than ever, he shouldn't have shortened the church prayer, but he should rather have added to it. We desperately need the prayer against those who persecute the church. Contra persecutores ecclesiae. A prayer that has practically disappeared in the 1962 rite, because you say it once a year. In the old days, you had to say it every day that was not duplex or higher. You had to say it on Sundays, even though St. Pius X promoted Sundays to be duplex prima classes. He left the title of semi-duplex with Sundays for the very sake of leaving the 3 prayers on Sunday. A cunctis and the contra persecutores, or for the Holy Father. John the 23rd did not do a favor to himself when he abolished the frequent prayer for the Pope and replaced it with nothing. Because now, in the 1962 rite, you hardly ever say that prayer. I have to say it every time I celebrate a Mass lower than the rank of duplex. So, I've just given you a selection of changes. There's more to the changes of 1962, but the 1962 Mass, to a certain extent, could be interpreted as a transitory thing towards the new Mass. However, I do not see it that way. That's a malignant interpretation. Unless we have proof to the contrary, we always have to give the benefit of doubt to the Pope and to the Church. I must remind you of the fact that what is in Latin called the onus probandi, the duty to prove, always stays with us. It hardly ever stays with the Pope. The Pope does not have to justify his decisions before us. Only when we can prove him wrong, we may resist. This has always been understood in the Church. When St. Thomas Aquinas talks about obedience, in the second part of the Summa Theologiae, he says, if you can prove your prelate wrong, then you may and must resist him. If you can prove that what he orders is wrong, then you may and must resist him. Not before that. So if John the 23rd wanted it that way, he wanted it that way. A future Pope will judge if it was good or not. The reason why the Society of St. Pius X decided to use the 1962 missals, but not unreservedly so, with modifications, is because of the law of self-defense, legitimate self-defense. I said not unreservedly because Archbishop Lefebvre said he considered it absolutely wrong not to repeat the Confiteor, Misereatur and Indulgentiam before the Communion of the Faithful. He said it was wrong to cancel that because it would make communion a part of Mass. Now you must not forget that the Communion of the Faithful, think about what I said about the Mass of the Pre-Sanctified on Good Friday. The Communion of the Faithful is not part of Mass. It is not. It never will be. The Communion of the Faithful is something that does not belong, strictly speaking, to the Mass. The popes decided to distribute communion to the faithful during Mass, but that doesn't make it a part of Mass. When a priest is ordained or a bishop consecrated, a priest or a bishop, they're both ordained or consecrated during Mass. That does not make the ordination rite a part of Mass. Absolutely not. And the fact that communion to the faithful is distributed during Mass does not make it a part of Mass. So, you have to follow the old rite of communion. The old rite of communion, before St. Pius X finally inserted it in Mass, you had very often, you had communion distributed before or after Mass. So the priest would say an Our Father, the people would say a Confiteor, or the altar boy would say a Confiteor, the priest would turn around, Misereatur and Indulgentiam Absolutionem Remissionem, you know the rite, and then he would distribute communion, and then he would give a blessing to the people who have received communion. This rite must be maintained in order to show, and never forget, Mass, like all sacraments, are essentially a sign. It's essentially a sign. Signium sanctificans homines, a sign that sanctifies man. And the sign, each sacrament, in the sign shows the particular grace received from the sacrament itself. Not the one who gives it, not the one who receives it, but the sacrament itself. Ex opere operator, of the work that is worked here. And each sacrament has to signify the grace that it transmits. So the communion does not belong to the fulfillment of the sacrifice. The sacrifice of Mass is complete, absolutely complete, with the priest's communion. No matter if the priest is in mortal sin or not, that's his tough luck if he's in mortal sin. It doesn't change anything with Mass. If the priest does not communicate because he dies before communion, then you have the rare case of Blessed Sacrament present but no Mass said. Mass is not Mass before the priest has communicated. This is why at the end of Mass it says, Ite missa es. Go, this is the Mass. And it could not be said before. The Mass starts, yes, it starts with the name, in nomine Patris et Filii Spiritus Sancti, Amen. But it is not a Mass before the priest has communicated. Before the priest has completed the sacrifice of Christ. So this is essential part of Mass. Therefore, and for that reason, Pius XII called it a lie when you try to attribute the character of a meal to Mass. He said that's a lie. Paul VI said there is a character of meal to Mass. Well, Paul VI was a heretic. I can't help it. There is no character of a meal to Mass. When the priest communicates, this is not character of a meal. It is the consumption of the sacrifice, the completion of the sacrifice. Only now, the moment the priest communicates, the sacrifice of Mass is complete. Only now, not a second before. And therefore, the communion of the faithful has to be distinct from the communion of the priest. Contain the Confiteor, Misereatur, and Indulgentiam. Did he have the authority to do that? Yes. Because he like I realize, Holy Week has been changed to something unacceptable for me, not because I am I, but because I have grave theological reasons for what I say. Archbishop Lefebvre had grave theological reasons for what he did, and there was no pope around to ask. Paul VI rejected him anyway. He rejected him wholesale, not just in parts. Why did Archbishop Lefebvre accept all the rest of the 1962 Mass? Well, as I said before, the law of self-defense is very strict. I do not operate under the law of self-defense. I just say the Mass of all times. I do not defend it. I attack if anybody doesn't like it. I do not defend myself. I don't have to. I would have to defend myself in front of the Pope, nobody else, and my bishop, nobody else. I reject the new Mass entirely. I put it where it belongs, the trash can, and I reject the 1962 rite for the simple reasons that I just explained. But I do not put it in the trash can, and I do not judge priests or societies and groups who use the 1962 rite, because they are, as a group, not as individuals, as a group, they are under the law of self-defense. When in 1988 Archbishop Lefebvre decided to consecrate bishops, I've said this on my other tape, he did so because if he had not consecrated bishops, there would be no bishop available nowadays to turn young people who reject Vatican II, as you must, and who reject the new Mass, as you must. There would be no priest left to ordain them. And that is unacceptable as a situation. That is exactly the situation of emergency in which a bishop has to react. He did not appoint 4 ordinaries of a diocese. That would have been schism. He did not give jurisdiction to them. He did not appoint Bishop Williamson as the Bishop of the United States or as the new Archbishop of New York. He consecrated, he did not appoint him at all. He just consecrated him so that he would be able to ordain priests. Period. Period. This is the old term of auxiliary bishop. In German, the auxiliary bishop is called Weihbischof, the bishop who ordains, the bishop who helps the actual bishop of the place to ordain priests. In the old days, you had many vocations, not like now. The former Cardinal Archbishop, Vicar of Rome, because the Bishop of Rome is the Pope, Vicar of Rome, Cardinal Traglia, who was a saint, ordained 4,000 priests in his life. He had 4,000 children, generated with his hands. He ordained 4,000 priests. Now you can imagine that the bishop in the old days needed people to help him with confirmation and ordination. And that's all Archbishop Lefebvre wanted. And even if he had wanted more, he would not have not been allowed to do it. And he would have never done it the way I know him. He operated under the law of self-defense. Now the law of self-defense is very strict in Catholic moral theology. You are not allowed to go beyond the necessary means. You're not allowed to go beyond the means that are necessary to get rid of the actual situation against which you have to defend yourself. If a bum in the street threatens me with words, I'm not allowed to shoot him. Of course not. I talk back. I do. But I'm not allowed to shoot him. The law of self-defense does not allow me to shoot him yet. If he draws a knife, I'll shoot him. But not before that. And there's another law of self-defense. In self-defense, you have to act right now. If I see that a girl is going to be raped on the other side of the street, I cannot say, sorry honey, gotta hit the supermarket first, I'll be back. I have to help right now. When Archbishop Lefebvre realized that he had to consecrate bishops because he might die at any moment, he had to act right now, immediately. He obeyed that law of self-defense. And very much to my sorrow, but necessarily, he obeyed the law of self-defense by saying, the 1962 Missal is the last edition of the Roman Missal. As a matter of fact, it was. It's the last edition of the Roman Missal that is somewhat acceptable. He didn't say, I like it. He didn't say, I'm happy with the changes of John the 23rd and Pius the 12th. Maybe he was, I don't care. He didn't say it. He didn't say, I celebrate, and you will, to his priests, and you will celebrate according to the 1962 Missal, because I like it so much. That's no point of view for a priest. I do not, of course, I love the Roman Missal, but the reason why I celebrate the 1949 Missal is not because I like it, but because I think that is what I have to do. And Archbishop Lefebvre, he did not say the 1962 rite was good. He did not say it was nice of John the 23rd to have done this. He didn't say that he fully approved of Pius the 12 changes. He never commented on that, except in private, which I won't quote. He decided to use it because it was the last acceptable version. Why? In the 1962 rite, the 1962 Missal is the last Missal with the following characteristics. First of all, it's the last one where you find all the documents starting with Quo Primum. Quo Primum by Pius V, and I never memorized these documents. A document from Pope Urban VIII, and there was one from Clement VIII, and of course there was the document of St. Pius X, and there was the document of John the 23rd. So in all these documents, they show you the continuity of the Missal. The popes would have never dared to leave Quo Primum out because, contrary to what the Fraternity of St. Peter teaches, the popes knew they were bound to Quo Primum. If they had not felt bound to Quo Primum, why bother and leave Quo Primum in the Missal? You replaced Quo Primum with a new decree. The popes did that everywhere else in canon law. If the Pope comes up with a new code of canon law, he doesn't quote his predecessor. He may mention him, but you will not find in the code of canon law that has been issued under Benedict XV and that was ordered to be written by Pius X, you will not find the introductions by the Pope's predecessors to St. Pius X in the old Corpus Juris Canonici. You will not find them. You will only find the decree of Benedict XV publishing this in the name of St. Pius X. That's all. Period. No more needed. It's canon law. It's positive law. It's a law which does not bind the successors, except in things that are unchangeable. But with Mass, it is the popes who interpret quo primum as something binding, just by the fact that no pope until Paul VI dared to leave out quo primum, or any one of the documents of his predecessors, which is the most unusual thing in church history. It's the only example, as a matter of fact, in all of church history, that all of the documents of all the popes touching the book would be found in the very same book. It's the only example in church history. So the popes, until John the 23rd included, thought they could not abolish quo primum and could not go against it. Now, John the 23rd was not exactly what you call an overly scrupulous person, right? Why would he leave quo primum and all the other decrees of his predecessors in the Missal if he thought the quo primum was not binding for him? Well, of course he thought quo primum bound him too. He just stepped a little bit too far, like Pius XII did, in his changes. But again, I think that. I'm not the Pope. The final judgment on the Missal of 1962 will be pronounced by a future Pope, not by Dr. Hesse or anybody else, as a matter of fact. Archbishop Lefebvre, this is one of them, excuse me, I'll come back to the characteristic. This is one of the characteristics of the old Missal. There's another one. Until 1962, generally speaking, with the exception of Holy Week change round, the priest had to say the Judica Me at the beginning of Mass and the last Gospel at the end of Mass. In 1965, Paul VI issued a new Roman Missal without the Judica Me and without the last Gospel. In 1967, he reissued another one, and now you had almost everything in the vernacular. And then in 1969, he came up with the crime of the century, the new Missal. So you can see that 1962 is certainly, despite all the changes that I don't like and don't accept, in continuity with the Mass of Pius V. It is borderline, if you ask me, it is borderline. And I think it went too far. But Archbishop Lefebvre had no right for that decision. He had to act according to the law of self-defense. Do not go beyond what is necessary to remedy the situation. That's the whole point. Archbishop Lefebvre did not think that he had the authority to judge which version of the Missal to use. Now, you see, when I reject the reforms of Pius XII, I submit myself to a certain risk. And I admit this publicly. Because I pronounce a judgment, even though I do not extend the judgment to anybody else, I pronounce a judgment on something that will eventually have to be judged by the Pope. Now, generally speaking, when I discuss this question with members of the Society of St. Pius X, generally speaking, they acknowledge my right in rejecting the reforms of Holy Week and 62 because I am not bound to the law of self-defense. I may indeed say, hey, wait a second, you went too far. And God will judge me for what I do, not men, and at the moment, no Pope. But if you are strictly under the law of self-defense, you cannot do that. Because then you open the doors to new judgments, to further modifications, to further modifications, to further modifications, to the point that now we have people running around talking about the Mass of Pius V and saying Saint Pius X was not Saint Pius X but anti-Pope Pius X, because anti-Pope Pius X changed the breviary around, which was against the will of Pius V? Well, soon they'll be back at St. Peter. And this is what happens. If you're not very, very, very circumspect and very, very careful with your judgments, first you will say, okay, the reform of Pius XII, unacceptable. Then you go further in your studies, and you see St. Pius X changed things. Unacceptable. Pius X was an anti-pope. Then you go back, you will find out Urban VIII changed something. Oh, he was an anti-pope too. Then you go back to Pius V and you say, oh, where's the old sequence of St. Augustine? It was a beautiful sequence on the feast day of St. Augustine. God forgive me, I still use it. But there was a beautiful sequence on that day. Where's the old preface of St. Augustine? Where's the beautiful preface of St. Dominic? So many things lost over the centuries. Yeah, and by the time they're back at St. Peter's, they won't have anything. See, this is the point. Archbishop Lefebvre did not accept the 1962 rite because it was beautiful, but because the next one after that was definitely unacceptable. That's the whole point. And I reject people and I resist people who think that they are the judges of all these things. You think Archbishop Lefebvre was an idiot? A man who didn't know what he was doing? A man who had never studied theology or liturgy? He pondered over his decision. He was not the man, he proved this, as the only bishop so far, except for Bishop Castro Mayer, God bless him. He proved that he was thinking before he decided. He has given ample proof of that. He was a very learned theologian. He was a very holy bishop. And as much as I dislike the 1962 rite, I have no right whatsoever to criticize priests who use it. They are just doing what Archbishop Lefebvre said. And it's no good that we have so many priests running around in this country who decide everything on their own and who say Archbishop Lefebvre was wrong. That's not good. Without Archbishop Lefebvre, we would not have the old Mass anymore. Without Archbishop Lefebvre, we would not have priests anymore who celebrate the old Mass. They would die out. Or they would be among those very, very curious characters who celebrate the old Mass, who celebrate the old breviary, but get themselves ordained secretly from modern bishops. When I was ordained in the new rite, I didn't know better. Honest to God, I did not know better. Thank God it's valid because it was all in Latin, etc., etc. Archbishop Lefebvre always recognized that. And I follow his judgment again, also on this point. When I started to celebrate the new Mass, I didn't know better. Thank God only, not my merit, that I never celebrated in the vernacular, I never gave communion in the hand, I never said anything but the Roman canon, I never said anything but the confederate Mass, and my prayers of the faithful were of a kind that nobody liked except me. And you would have liked them. People didn't, because I prayed for tradition coming back in the prayers of the faithful. And the prayers of the faithful were said by me, of course, not the faithful. I never permitted that. And after a few months in the priesthood, I couldn't do it anymore. I have to attribute this to the graces of the office. But I was not ordained in the new rite in order to swindle myself into the priesthood. And I do not consider traditional priests who say the old Mass but get themselves ordained by Novus Ordo bishops, I do not consider them serious. There is definitely a doubt to be pronounced on the validity of the new sacraments. I do not say they're all illicit, all invalid. They're all illicit, but I do not say they're all invalid. A future pope will decide that, finally. There can be no decision on the licitness of them. They cannot be licit. They're against the will of Christ. I've proven this in another part. Priests who celebrate the old Mass should be ordained by bishops who celebrate the old Mass. Priests who celebrate the old Mass should be ordained by bishops who only celebrate the old Mass. Because if you reject the new Mass, you have to have good reasons. it is not sufficient to reject, and it's not allowed to reject the new Mass simply because you don't like it. Of course I detest the new Mass, but that's not the reason why I reject it. I reject the new Mass because it is against the proven will of God, it is illicit, and it is conducing towards heresy. In some translations it's directly heretical. But I reject the new Mass because of reasons of faith. Now anybody who says that you can accept Vatican II, and to a point you can accept the new rite, he does not reject the new Mass for reasons of faith. He rejects the new Mass because he doesn't like it, or because he has what they call theological reasons. They're running a museum. That's all. If you run a museum, it doesn't matter who ordains you. But if you don't, if you say the new Mass is part of another church, which is the only answer to the indefectibility of the church and the infallibility of the church, you say that Vatican II is not Catholic, you say the new Mass is not Catholic, then you have to celebrate the old Mass for reasons of faith. It is impossible to believe in the indefectibility of the church and the infallibility of the church, and at the same time say, and at the same time reject the new Mass, which the Pope celebrates every day. Impossible. There's only one solution to this problem. And this is not a solution in the sense of finding a way out. It is a solution in the sense of finding what is true. Now, the new Mass is not part of the Latin Rite. It is not part of the Catholic Church. It does not belong to the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is still indefectible. The Catholic Church is still infallible. But the priests who say the new Mass are not part of the Catholic Church, objectively, mind you. The great vast majority, I think, I have no way to, I have no insight in souls. Only God knows souls. The great vast majority of priests who celebrate the new Mass because they think this is what they have to do. That does not put them subjectively outside the church. Oh no. Many priests today pronounce heresy, and they believe that this is in accordance with the faith. They do not commit the sin of heresy. They are not subjectively in the sin, they are not in the sin of heresy objectively, and they are not subjectively heretics. Objectively, however, if I say something that's against the doctrine of the church, I'm immediately in error. If I want to be in error, then I'm a heretic. But if I just make a mistake, it doesn't make me a heretic. But I might have pronounced a heresy. I might by mistake have pronounced a heresy. Happened to me once on the pulpit in Austria. Thank God. A pious lady came to the sacristy and said, "Father, did you realize what you were saying?" I said, "No, what?" She told me. I said, "Oh, thank God." I celebrated Mass the next day in the same parish, and I explained everything from the pulpit. So I did not stay a heretic, so to speak. I never was, because I never rejected the truth. But objectively speaking, now independent of the state of the soul of a person, this is one of the major distinctions. You will find it in the tape recorded in LA. And please listen to these distinctions. Make sure you're able to operate with those distinctions, otherwise you'd never be able to understand or judge in theology. Somebody may be free of sin and yet objectively outside the church, because he doesn't know better. I don't think that a Russian Orthodox Pope, they are all called popes there, a Russian Orthodox Pope somewhere in Siberia, I don't think that he was told about the differences of the creed of the Latin and the creed in the Orthodox Church. I don't think that anybody ever explained the papal infallibility to him. I don't think that anybody ever explained the papal primacy to him. As a Russian Orthodox priest, he rejects the papal primacy. As a Russian Orthodox priest, he rejects the papal infallibility, and thus is both a schismatic and a heretic. But if he doesn't know that he's a heretic and a schismatic, then he does not commit the sin of heresy and schism. However, objectively speaking, he is. And this is the whole point. The infallibility of the church is still there, because the priests who celebrate the new Mass, and especially the priests who foster the new Mass and defend it, they are outside the church. objectively. How God will judge them, I don't know, and it's none of my business. Judge ye not that you not be judged. Anybody says that Fr Hesse said they are all in heresy and will all go to hell is committing a grave sin against the 8th commandment. I never said that. I just said that objectively they're outside the church. Subjectively, I don't know, I don't want to know, God only can judge. And this is the reason why when Archbishop Lefebvre and I and other priests reject the new Mass because of reasons of faith, we stay in the Catholic Church no matter what the official pronouncements are. We are the ones who stay in the Catholic Church. Now, some people say the Society of St. Pius X always behaves and speaks as if they were the Catholic Church. That is slander. You ask any of their priests, if he follows the directions of his superiors, he will tell you, no, it is not us who is the Catholic Church, we just belong to it. And anybody who does not contradict tradition belongs to the Catholic Church. And anybody who contradicts tradition does not belong to the Catholic Church. So the infallibility and the indefectibility always remains with the Church. Christ's promise, et porte inferi non prevalebunt adversus eam, the gates of hell shall not prevail against them, is still a prophecy. It is still true. It always will be true. It is people like it's people like the bishops who say the new Mass who put themselves outside the church. It is the bishops who say that homosexuality is just a defect, and it may be a defect by birth, who put themselves outside the church. It is the priests who say, and the vast majority of priests in this country say that now, who say that the Blessed Sacrament is only symbolically present, who put themselves outside the church. It's not Archbishop Lefebvre or I. And priests who celebrate the old Mass, not for reasons of faith, but because they just prefer it, they put themselves objectively outside the church. Anybody who signs Vatican II puts himself objectively outside the church. You cannot sign heresy. You must not. You cannot defend Vatican II. I've tried for 10 years. I've tried to interpret Vatican II in a Catholic way. It's not possible. It's in direct contradiction to tradition. It's in direct contradiction to the magisterium, as I have proven on the tape that will be soon available to you. The only way to celebrate the old Mass is because of reasons of faith. The only way you are allowed to reject the new Mass as such is because of reasons of faith. If there are no reasons of faith against the new Mass, well, the Pope just came up with a new thing. The Pope is the Pope is the Pope all the time, and you better follow him, right? The only way to contradict the Pope is when you prove him wrong in matters of faith and morals. Teaching, I mean. I don't care about the Pope's private morals. Alexander VI had children while he was Pope, but he never touched the faith or the liturgy. I prefer him over Paul VI for that reason. There were heretics before. You'll find also this on another tape, but Pope Liberius was in heresy. Pope Honorius was in heresy. Pope John the 22nd was in heresy. All the three popes were rejected. All the three popes were judged by the Church. The present Pope will be judged by the Church. The new liturgy will be judged and discarded by the Church, by the infallible and indefectible Church. I reject the reasons for celebrating the old Mass from those priests who at the same time objectively, and may it be only for diplomatic reasons, agree with Vatican II. There is no way that you can agree with heresy even for diplomatic reasons, for reasons of emergency. To agree with heresy cannot be part of self-defense. And this is exactly why Archbishop Lefebvre had the right to reject the new Mass, because he did not do so because of reasons of content, because of reasons of of preference, but because of reasons of faith. And the 1962 Mass, as much as I dislike it, is the last acceptable missal. And woe unto the people who put themselves in the position of a pope and judge it. I reject it for the reasons I gave you. I do not judge the priests who use it. I do not excommunicate the priests who use it by saying they are not in the church. They are not saying the Mass of Pius V. I do not say that, and I reject that. What is the Mass of Pius V is for a pope to judge, unless it's as evident as it is with the 1965 Missal. My theological opinion on this is, you cannot see in the 1962 Missal, you cannot see anything that makes the 1962 Mass cease to be the Mass of Pius V. In the 1965 Missal, it's evident, it's obvious. The 1965 is halfway over to the new Mass. The 1962, with whatever it has and I don't like, is still in continuity with the Mass of Pius V. Leave it to future popes to decide, not to some women who have nothing else to do. Reject the new Mass because of reasons of faith. Reject Vatican II because it pronounces heresy. Reject whatever papal teaching you are confronted with if it pronounces heresy. Do not reject anything else. If you can prove to me that 1962, the Missal contains heresy, if you prove it to me, I will reject it as such. If you cannot prove it to me, please shut up. It's not for you to decide. Leave these things in the hands of the clergy. As a matter of fact, the bishops. We happen to have 6 traditional bishops. And listen to them. And I have never read anything in the Angelus that would say the 1962 Missal was not all right. That is the judgment of Bishop Williamson, of Bishop Tissier de Malaret, of Bishop Galareta, of Bishop Felay, of Bishop Ranchiel, and of Bishop Lazo. And if they say you may accept it, then I say you may accept it, even though I don't do it. I say you may. I'm not saying you must, I say you may. And I will never say you must not. It's not for me to say that. The Society of St. Pius X still yet has to prove that it is outside the church in any point whatsoever. I've never heard heresy from them. I've never heard anything from them. I'm not talking about the individuals. Individual priests are fallible. Absolutely, and how? I've never heard anything coming from the Society of St. Pius X as such that would have to be rejected. So if you are confronted with difficulties in this point, don't be ungrateful. Or do you think in the 1930s, when the church was so beautifully all right, or in the 19th century when the church was so beautifully all right, you never had bad parish priests? Of course you had. And sometimes you'd be in a bad situation because of that. Imagine, I don't know if it happened, imagine you living in the 1930s in Oklahoma, or in the 1930s somewhere out in Wyoming. Your parish priest is lousy, and the next priest is 60 miles away. You were stuck. So if it happens nowadays, for the fact that not all the members of the Society of St. Pius X can possibly be saints, pray for them. Don't judge. As Cardinal Siri said on another occasion, leave the judgment of priests to the clergy. Pray for them. If you think them wrong, pray for them anyway, because they desperately need it. Priests are subject to 10,000 times more temptations than you are in any of the commandments, no matter what. And if you find yourself, which is, of course, regrettable, if you find yourself stuck with a priest you cannot possibly like because he does things you don't like, then pray for him. In the old days, it wasn't better. And I can tell you one thing. I've met many priests of the Society of St. Pius X, and the great vast majority of them is the dream of a bishop of the old days. In the old days, a bishop of a diocese would have jumped for joy if the average of his priests would have been like the average of the priests of St. Pius X. Do not expect every member of that group to be an outstanding saint. That is impossible. Thank the Lord on your knees that you haven't found a heretic there yet. Thank you.
to our talk tonight. And first of all, I want to thank Arlene and the Holy Family for having us, for hosting this event. And we're going to stop hopefully at 8:30 so that we can vacate for 9 so Arlene can go on her trip tomorrow. And now I want to introduce Fr Gregory Hesse. Father went to Rome, and he was in Rome for many years, and he has a sacred licentiate in theology and a doctorate in theology and a licentiate and doctorate in canon law. And he worked for Cardinal Stickler for several years. And now Father has returned to Vienna, and we are fortunate to have him here while he's visiting the United States. Fr Gregory Hesse on the conditions of the church. Thank you.
All right. Like at a press conference here. Okay. Start with a short prayer. In nomine Patris et Filii Spiritus Sancti, Amen. Actionis nostras quesumus Domini aspirando previnet, adiuvando prosequo, et cum nostra oratio et operatio a te sem principio et per te cepta finiata, per Christum Dominum nostrum. Sancte Pie Decime, ora pro nobis. Now, the whole mess Father Hesse is going to talk about started, well, it goes back to the original sin, of course, but it started in an intensive way at the end of last century when Pope Leo XIII, who was a very good pope and a very intelligent pope and a very erudite pope and a very gifted pope, but not exactly the best, how shall I say, he didn't know people. He was not a good judge of men. And he chose as his Secretary of State a certain cardinal called Mariano Rampolla del Tindaro, who unfortunately was not only member of a Masonic lodge, but had founded his own Masonic lodge. So that's when everything started. Cardinal Mariano Rampolla del Tindaro is the one who is responsible for the otherwise strange fact that it needed until 1899 before what is sometimes called the Americanist heresy was condemned, which consists basically in the same types of errors and ecumenism that was officially pronounced in Vatican II. Mariano Rampolla del Tindaro unfortunately had spiritual children. Spiritual, I don't know if he had natural children, I'm not interested, but he had spiritual children, and when St. Pius X died, his own protege, his own spiritual son became Pope, and that's Benedict XV, but we'll come back to that. In 1903, when Leo XIII died, Mariano Rampolla del Tindaro almost became Pope. And here's the reason, people like footnotes and sources. Here's the reason why I know that Mariano Rampolla del Tindaro was in fact a Mason and not just, and this is not just a rumor, because the Empress of Austria, the last Empress of Austria, Zita, was a very good friend of my uncle, Monsignor Hesse, in Vienna, and she told him personally, before she died, that Francis Joseph, the before last Emperor of Austria, who reigned between 1848 until 1916, knew that Mariano Rampolla was a Mason. And so he pronounced the century-old veto against Mariano Rampolla del Tindaro by the time he had had 2/3 of the votes. And this is how St. Pius X got elected. This is something that I cannot scientifically prove. You will just have to believe me. My uncle told me that the Empress Zita had told him that. As far as I know, my uncle never lied to me, and as far as I know, the Empress Zita was a very honest person. And this is, of course, family tradition in the Habsburgs. This is not something that would be given to the newspapers, but the Empress, of course, having been the wife of the grandnephew of the old Emperor Francis Joseph, knew about these things. And so in 1903, we almost had a Masonic Pope. In 1914, we got a Pope who could not exactly be called a Masonic Pope, but he was not all too unfriendly towards them. Fortunately, there's good things coming out of everything. The First World War kept the Pope busy enough to stay out of church politics. And in 1922, Pius XI got elected. Now, whatever I say here, I do not believe that Pius XI was in any way bad personally. But again, naive and too trusting, he appointed a certain Cardinal Gaspari, who had been the Secretary of State under Benedict XV, to be his Secretary of State. And Cardinal Gaspari was a sort of spiritual grandchild to Mariano Rampolla del Tindaro. So we get the same tradition going. And there's something much worse about it. Pius XII, who for many so-called conservatives and so-called traditionalists is the most holy of all popes ever, something like this, and the last beautiful, glorious Catholic pope, in fact, was not exactly what some people believe he was. Eugenio Pacelli was not only never in a seminary, except for 2 years. He had homeschooling, but not the way it is now. This was the other way around in the last century. Pacelli went to high school after the so-called Risorgimento, the separation of church and state in Italy. He went to a high school that is called help me, Father, the Liceo, you still got it in Rome. And it was the most secular and anti-clerical of all high schools in Rome, Liceo Visconti. And in the Liceo Visconti, Pacelli was raised. After that, he was taught privately by university professors, and just for the sake of canon law, he went to a seminary for 2 years. Guess what seminary? He spent the 2 years of his as a seminarian in the Collegio Capranica of all places. Now, the Capranica in Rome was and still is the center of modernism. All the famous modernists that were condemned by Pius X lived in the Capranica or worked for the Capranica or had some connections to the Capranica. Now, I'm not saying that Pius XII was a modernist. In not a single one of his documents you will find something wrong. I mean, you can always interpret things in a negative way and find faults even with the greatest church fathers' writings. But not a single piece of Pius XII's writings could be called anything but Catholic. The problem with Pius XII is what he did. And here is what he did. I do not have to tell the people present, not yet, not today, that you cannot touch liturgy. Father Trinchard in his book makes that evidently clear, and he's absolutely right about it. No pope and no other person, therefore, has the right to touch liturgy, to change liturgy, or to create anything new in the liturgy. Pius XII did. In 1949, he discovered a certain teacher at the Lateran University in Rome called Annibale Bonini. Does that ring a bell, that name? It was Pius XII who discovered Bonini. It was Pius XII who funded Bonini. It was Pius XII who gave Bonini the power to change things. Before I forget to say that, John the 23rd, the moment he was Pope, threw Bonini out. Needless to say, Paul VI had him back immediately. But Pius XII asked Bonini to reform Holy Week. Now, there's two parts of the Roman Missal: the Ordo Missa, the unchangeable part, and the Propers. Now, the most important part of the Propers is Holy Week, needless to say. And he wanted Holy Week to be changed. I have to remind you of the fact that the ceremony on Good Friday, the Mass of the Pre-Sanctified, is the oldest part of the entire Latin Roman liturgy. The Mass of the Pre-Sanctified most probably goes back to the times of the Apostles. I mean, as is. Until Pius XII. There is no time tonight, unfortunately, to explain the changes. I would like to give a 3-hour conference on that, and it would be worth it, but you just look it up. You try to find a missal was printed before 1949 and one that was printed after 1955, and you compare the changes. And you will be surprised. There's one change only that I'm going to point out. In the old liturgical rules, there's a reason why you will never see a black curtain on the tabernacle. Even in a Requiem Mass, the curtain on the tabernacle has to be violet as reverence to the Blessed Sacrament. Now, with that in mind, as an excuse, Bonini in 1949, changed the Good Friday liturgy around, and instead of wearing a black chasuble all through Mass except the Adoration of the Cross, the priest now wears a black cope until the communion rite, and then he wears a violet chasuble at the communion rite. Now, the excuse for this change, which was unheard of in the Catholic Church, the excuse for this change was reverence to the Blessed Sacrament. But at the same time, they abolished the incense. In the old days, before 1949, the Blessed Sacrament, first of all, no communion to the people, and I refused it on Good Friday. The Blessed Sacrament was kept on a side altar that was beautifully decorated, and then after the Adoration of the Cross and the Improperia, the priest would, in a solemn procession, pick up the Blessed Sacrament, carry it over to the altar, and all the way it would be incensed. It would be incensed at the special side altar. It would be incensed with the thurifer walking backwards, and two of them, as a matter of fact, on the way to the altar, and then he would be incensed on the altar, and after elevating the paten with the host, which is not to indicate consecration, but just to show our Lord to the people, the priest would not just genuflect, but make a reverence down to earth, which is exactly how the consecration was done in the early days. Before they had to stop insisting on it because old priests and old bishops were not able to perform that anymore. And this is one of the most fundamental changes in reality, because it's the first time that any pope ever dared to attack or to touch the oldest part of the entire liturgy. Now, in the Eastern churches, you still have pre-sanctified masses on the Ember days. But in the Catholic Church, the Mass of the pre-sanctified Good Friday is the last one left, was the last one left, because now, of course, forget it. So this is just to show you what Pius XII did. Don't ever think that Pius XII was the last conservative pope. He was anything but conservative. He was Catholic, he had the faith, he proved this in writing. He gave it to us in writing, so to say. But in his actions, he was the first pope of the new church. And don't forget, König, Alfrings, Döpfner, Swinens, Leonard, and all these people were appointments by Pius XII. He chose them. And don't tell me, yes, but he didn't make them cardinals. That's not true. He didn't make them cardinals because he didn't want to make them cardinals, but because after 1953 he did not appoint a single cardinal anymore. And don't tell me that he wanted to get rid of Montini by making him Archbishop of Milan. Please don't. Because Pius XII was not an imbecile. Pius XII knew that the Archdiocese of Milan had given to the Church the Pope who made him Secretary of State, Pius XI. Pius XI was Archbishop of Milan. So if you want to get rid of a Monsignor, you do not make him papabile, right? And the only reason why Montini was not a cardinal in 1958 is because nobody got appointed anymore after 1953. So we have to notice, sadly, that the influence. Now, parenthesis, I am firmly convinced that Pius XII did not realize what he was doing. But this is not the point of the conference here. We are not sitting in judgment over poor Eugenio Pacelli. We are discussing historical facts and nothing else. And as a historical fact, Pius XII was not a conservative pope. He was not a traditional pope. He was just barely Catholic in his writings. What he did to liturgy is far underestimated. In 1958, when Pius XII died, the only part of the Roman liturgy that was intact and well preserved all over the world was the canon. Nothing else. In 1949, Pius XII gave permission to the Chinese to say Mass in the vernacular, except for the canon. In 1958, just a few months before he died, just about in time, he gave permission to the German bishops and the Austrian bishops and the German-speaking bishops in Switzerland to say the reading and the gospel in German right up there on the altar. That means for the first time the priest, dressed as a priest, with his maniple and chasuble on, was speaking the vernacular, and not only the vernacular, but on the altar of Christ, he was reading a lousy translation instead of the Word of God. So this is what Pius XII did, and many other little details for which we do not have time. So by the time Pius XII died, the church was indeed ready for the revolution. Absolutely and totally ready for it. The reason why our dear friend Archbishop Lefebvre always pointed out 1958, 1958, 1958 is simple. People get confused when you tell them the whole story. So it is easier to point out 1958 for pastoral reasons, because if you know how it is, as a priest, you ask many questions. And many people come up and say, "Father, can I trust this book?" And I will look it up, say it was printed before 1958. You probably can trust it. So it's just it's a way of simplifying things for necessities. And this is what Archbishop Lefebvre had in mind when he said 1958, and 1958 was the change. But in many of his sermons, he explained very well that indeed this was not a radical change, but something that grew, like a cancer. So in 1958, the church was already in a mess. The only thing is you couldn't see it. Very few people saw it. But Pius XII left a shipwreck, and Paul VI sunk it. And, well, there's very little to say about John the 23rd. We know he was a communist because in 1955, I think it was, or 54, when he became Patriarch of Venice, he helped the communist unions in Venice. This was at a time when Pius XII had put the membership of the Communist Party under excommunication. And this was the time the three most important factors of destruction in the church grew. That was during the 19 infelicitous years of Pius XII. The three most important were the new popes, the new liturgy, and the Opus Dei. The Opus Dei, which is the heart and the brain of the conciliar church in reality. The so-called, and that will have to be taken back in the future, the so-called blessed José Marie Escrivá de Balaguer admitted members of the Communist Party, and mind you, I read this in books published by the Opus Dei or endorsed by the Opus Dei. I do not make the mistake of quoting other people against the Opus Dei. Pius XII admitted, José María Escrivá de Balaguer, the founder and the first prelate of the Opus Dei, admitted members of the Communist Party into the Opus Dei without asking them to leave the Communist Party in a time when membership in the Communist Party was under excommunication. So far about blessed José María Escrivá de Balaguer. And John the 23rd did exactly the same in Venice when he was Patriarch, Archbishop of Venice. And I guess as far as historical things are concerned, that's where we can stop, because everybody present and everybody who will see this tape will know what to think about Paul VI, I hope. I should say something about the past of Paul VI. In the 1930s, a certain book called L'Humanisme Intégral, Integral Humanism, by a certain Jacques Maritain, which is a book that postulates the impossible and the blasphemous, because it postulates the reconciliation of humanism and Christendom. This book was translated by a certain Giovanni Battista Montini into Italian and got an absolutely spectacular preface. The translator loved the book. And that was a spectacular happening in those days, in a time when Pius XI had people thrown out for things like this. I don't know why Montini survived Pius XI, but I guess it was because a certain Gaspari, whom I mentioned before, was the Secretary of State. Giovanni Battista Montini was certainly the person who found and discovered Bunini under Pius XII. However, this does not change what I said before, because Pius XII celebrated those changes himself. He approved of them, he agreed with them, He had them published. He had them he made them mandatory, and he changed them, and he used them. The same Pius XII had, I'm sure this was Cardinal Bea, who discovered the Jesuits who would translate the Psalms of the Breviary. That means the 150 Psalms of David, which would have meant the end of Gregorian chant. You cannot use those Psalms for singing. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. And so 1958, the church was a wreck. The Vatican Council, which should be subject of another talk of mine, because that's not something I can deal with in 10 minutes. Vatican Council established something that a certain Bishop Carroll of Carrollton in 1789 in this country had already wished for the American church. That means ecumenism, liberalism, and a lack in liturgical discipline, and vernacular liturgy and all that garbage. Paul VI instituted it. The Vatican II postulated it. Don't say the Sacrosanctum Concilium did not want a new liturgy. I will prove to you that it did. Paul VI established a new church, which I call the counterfeit church, because it calls itself Catholic. It claims to be founded by Jesus Christ. It was not founded by Jesus Christ. It was founded by Paul VI and his predecessors and Vatican II. And the present situation is even worse than what Father Trinchard says in his book. The present situation is even worse. Not only you will find, as Father Trinchard points out very well, in this country you will hardly find a priest left who believes in the real presence. You will hardly find a priest left who believes in the transubstantiation. On the contrary, you will find that only a priest who denies the real presence, at least privately, will become bishop. You will find that despite all of his nice little talks, this Pope hates the old Mass. In 1988, in a decree that I can only call double fraud, theological and canonical fraud, the present Pope claimed that he wished the bishops to be more tolerant with the old Mass. A year later, in a speech, he said, "Valde dolendum est." It is very hurtful to me that there are still some people left who cling to these forms of worship. So for the present Pope, these are just the traditional Latin Mass, the only Mass of the Latin rite. The in eternum, forever canonized Mass is just another form of worship. And this is so bad that today it is impossible to be promoted in church government in Rome without saying the new Mass, without defending Vatican II, and without denying dogma. That means it is a fully and completely heretical church, and Bishop Tissier de Malaret of the Society of St. Pius X very, very rightly said it is a Gnostic sect. Gnosticism is something which we know to be in deep down a satanic rite and a satanic belief and a satanic religion. And the counterfeit church, the conciliar church, is a Gnostic sect. And this goes to the point that I do not refer to the very untrustworthy book of Malachi Martin, Windswept House. I refer to information from inside the Vatican. I don't know about any satanic consecration ever done in a chapel in the Vatican. I know that there are active Satanists in the Vatican. I know that one of the secretaries of the present Pope was threatened with his life, finding graffiti in his own apartment, which is a very secure apartment inside the Vatican. He found satanic graffiti, painted with blood. And they tried to murder another secretary of the Pope, because this present Pope is not good enough for them, believe it or not. when you want to realize in what a state the church is, then first you have to see in what a state this Pope is. I believe that this present Pope has never had the Catholic faith. His documents prove that to me. Because in his documents, I quote, Catechesi Tradenda number 32, he is quoting Dignitatis Humanae number 3, the Pope speaks plain heresy. I do not say that makes him cease to be Pope. I do not say that. It's material heresy. He just writes it. He doesn't say, I want to say something different from the Council of Trent. He does not say, the Council of Trent said, but I say. He just says, I'm perfectly within tradition when I say that a Protestant can be saved through the efforts of the Protestant churches. So that's material heresy. Material heresy doesn't necessarily make him to cease Pope, and the future Pope will have to decide that question anyway, so we cannot endorse and help the sedevacantists. But when you realize in what a situation we find the church with this Pope, and when I tell you that this Pope is by far not good enough for them, not heretical enough, not modernist enough, then you know what the church looks like. And I'm talking about not just a minority clique in the Vatican, but I'm talking about the majority of the bishops. I'm talking about the majority of the clergy, to whom this Pope is the symbol of conservatism. They just collected signatures half a year ago, they collected signatures in Austria against this Pope because he's too conservative. He's not open enough, not accommodating enough, not ecumenical enough. And here you talk about a Pope who worships nature with animists in a sanctuary at Lake Togo in Cameroon in 1986. In this regard, I recommend Daniel Leroux's book, Peter, Dost Thou Love Me? And the worst thing is, I do not see, humanly speaking, I'm not a prophet. I cannot argue with God's providence, and I cannot argue with miracles. But humanly speaking, I do not see the slightest chance of a next Pope being elected who would be better. I got to know many cardinals in Rome. The few ones who are better than this Pope do not stand the slightest chance, as far as I'm concerned. And you wanted to hear what the situation in the church is. This is what it is. This Pope is not good enough for them. Even though he speaks about a second Pentecost, he speaks about the church of the new Advent, and in his encyclicals he hardly ever, if ever, mentions the Roman Catholic Church or the Catholic Church. In his first encyclical, Redemptor Hominis, which is usually called which is usually the program encyclical of a Pope, he does not mention the word Roman Catholic or Catholic Church even once. Not once. But he speaks about the conscience of the Church. You, living in this country, you just have to switch on TV and you will, this will sound familiar. Conscience of the Church. It's all psychology, not theology. And he speaks about the Church of the New Advent, which for this Pope who 3 times in a row already claimed that he's not a millenarian. However, the year 2000 seems to be the most important thing for him. And which is ridiculous. It shows that he's a superstitious pagan deep in heart. Yeah. He's an ignorant of theology. He's an ignorant of canon law. He proved that in Ecclesia Dei. And he seems to be a superstitious pagan because he talks all the time about the year 2000, about the new Pentecost, which is dogmatically impossible. And he talks about the Church of the New Advent. What new Advent? And this Pope is not good enough for them? Kyrie eleison. So, questions?
Where are we going? I ain't going far because I'm 82 years old.
Well, I can only give a 30-second sermon on that. Everybody present concerned, starting with me, we shouldn't worry about the last judgment. We have to worry about the personal judgment the moment we die. Make sure you stay in the life of grace and don't worry about when the last judgment is going to come. I don't like Catholic form of Rainbow Press or a weekly World News or a National Enquirer.
Well, I agree with you.
Yeah, no prophecies. Go ahead.
We heard recently about Rome being upset with the Society of Pius X because of their...
Naturally.
And they're planning on making punishment. Do you have any insight what that might be?
No, but it makes me laugh. It's good entertainment.
Will they excommunicate us a second time?
I'm quite sure we will be terribly afraid of that.
Yeah, right.
Now, I have to say for the video, I'm not a member of the Society of St. Pius X, but I work for them and I'm proud of it. Yes?
Could you enlarge on the role a little bit of Opus Dei that you mentioned?
Yes. Now, the Opus Dei is the intellectual nucleus of the Conciliar Church. It's the brain of the Conciliar Church. Because the Opus Dei will openly admit that it was José María Escrivá de Balaguer who had the idea of Gaudium et Spes, the idea of a church based on the lay people, a church growing from beneath. Which is, the church, you have to understand, the church is essentially ecclesiastical, priestly, hierarchical. The church comes from Christ through the Pope, the cardinals, the bishops, and the priests unto the faithful. It does not grow among the faithful. José María Escrivá de Balaguer, all of his life, preached that the church grows on the basis of the faithful, on the laity. And in this regard, I recommend to everybody present that you must read, I demand, if you want to inform yourself, and that's the reason why you're here or watching the tape, you must read the encyclical of Pius X against modernism, Pascendi, Dominici Gregis. You must read it. And you must not just flip through it like a Clive Cussler novel. You have to study it. And you will find the paragraph where St. Pius X says, we are facing a grave danger with that concept of the laity, the church being based on the laity. So the idea of a church that was based on the laity was condemned by Pius X. But José María Escrivá de Balaguer preached it, and who approved his institution? Pius XII, again. And now his institution is the most powerful within the Catholic Church. They are the ones who serve the purpose of appeasing the conservatives by telling them, oh, you have to keep the sixth commandment and the others too. And they are the ones who will have their priests in clergyman, cassock, neatly dressed, celebrating the Novus Ordo in vernacular in a decent and nice way. And they are the ones who will tell you that Vatican II can be interpreted in a Catholic sense. It's the Opus Dei, the brain behind that childish and absurd idea that Vatican II could have a Catholic interpretation. There is no way to interpret Vatican II in a Catholic way. I mean, I'm not talking about every single line, obviously. 90% of Vatican II are just warmed-up doctrine. And the description of papal infallibility in Vatican II is very beautiful, which doesn't help the fact that a few paragraphs later, the infallibility is kind of, put under the table, swept under the table.
Are the legionaries of Christ tied into Opus Dei?
I don't talk about what I don't know enough about.
I read in Father Franz Schmidberger's pamphlet where he talked about, what led up to the Episcopal consecrations in 1988. And in a strange way, he sort of did an aside and he compared the writings of Pope Pius X from his encyclical on mixed marriages and compared the exact same encyclical that Pope John Paul II wrote on mixed marriages, where Pope Pius X says in no uncertain terms why it's wrong for, say, a Catholic to marry a Protestant or a Catholic to marry any type of a non-Catholic. And then in Pope John Paul II's encyclical, he basically says it in black and white. He says that he encourages Catholics to marry non-Catholics if for no other reason than to promote humanism.
Yeah, of course.
Pope John Paul II.
Yeah, Schmidberger is right. But that's not the explanation for, that's not the justification of the Episcopal consecrations of 1988. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, he's right with that. I've never read anything wrong written by Father Franz Schmidberger.
No.
I read practically everything he wrote, and everything was excellent theology and down to the point. The Episcopal consecrations of 1988 are very, very easily justified. The last canon of the new Code of Canon Law says that the most important law of the Church is to save souls. So with the new rite, which is against divine law, you cannot save souls. You cannot save souls with young people who want to become priests and have to accept a heretical council and an ordo missa that is at least leading towards heresy. You cannot have Catholic priests that way. And there's no official seminary in the so-called Catholic Church that would ordain a young man who does not accept Vatican II and who does not accept the new rite. So in order for the Church to survive, we need bishops. Bishops to consecrate and create priests. And this is why those 4 bishops were consecrated by Archbishop Lefebvre. This was an act of self-defense of the Church, perfectly justified by the law of necessity. And as a matter of fact, the moment, self-defense has to take place the moment you see. If you see a girl raped on the other sidewalk of the street, you can't say, I'm going to help you in an hour from now. You have to act right now and right here. And the moment Archbishop Lefebvre realized and had proof for the fact that Rome was going to trick him into submission, he acted. And he consecrated the bishops. Not because he wanted to, not because he enjoyed it, but because he had to. He was the only one who, except Bishop Castromaya, they were the only 2 ones who understood the situation. They had to act. Yes.
Okay, now how does that relate to Archbishop THUC? You know,
I do not know enough about the case to talk about it.
We met some priests in Los Angeles, a priest,
yeah.
A brother, and him and his other brother, they both became priests, and they're traditional priests, and everything about the...
Yeah, I do not know enough about it to talk about it.
Except they take the static contest stand. And,
which is bad enough.
Right, according to Father Trinshaw, they've softened their stand there, but they wrote an excellent book of documentation and almost everything that you said about John the 23rd and Vatican II,
yeah.
Paul VI, was in that book, and it was
Well, I got some of my one of my most important sources of information was a book printed in this country by some crazy sedevacantist. You just have to seep through the information. Just take what is worthwhile and what is not, because these people usually are not theologians and they are not able to do theological distinctions. And before we end this today, I'm going to give you 3 theological distinctions, which I will repeat in every single conference, because you can't hear it often enough. I want you to be able to distinguish between 6 terms: act and potency, act and potency, objective and subjective, formal and material. You don't understand these distinctions, you better don't talk theology. Because the greatest problem today is most priests are completely incapable of distinguishing objective, subjective, and formal and material. And I will give you the explanation. Act and potency is easy to understand. Anything that is in reality is an act. Anything that could be in reality is in potency. So I am a priest in act. I am a father in act spiritually. I'm a father physically in potency. Hope never in act. I am a bishop in potency, I am a pope in potency, and I am a saint in potency, but I am not a mother in potency. Potency means there is a potential. It could be, it can be. Act means it actually is. And the reason why you need this distinction is not for itself. Anybody can see that. Scholastic philosophy is common sense and nothing else. The reason why this distinction is very important is because you understand the heresies of today much better when you understand this. What would you say if I stood up now and said, I am Pope? You'd call the ambulance, right? I hope so. Or you'd kick me out, or you'd give me another drink to make sure I become God or something like this. And yet I spoke the truth. I am the Pope. Yes, in potency. And see, this is what they do in Vatican II. They tell you something in potency, but they do not say it is in potency. This Pope says all men will be saved. Potentially, yeah, sure. In act, definitely not. Christ has died for all people in potency, but not in act. It won't take place. Those who reject him, he did not die for in the end. In potentia and in actu, that you have to understand. And when you speak normal language, and believe me, according to the laws of canon law and according to the laws of theology and according to church tradition, when you pronounce something in church teaching, you have to use everyday common, correct language and not some fantastic newspeak or politically correct garbage. So when you say this and this is so and so, you presume the reader will say in act, not in potency. So you're not allowed to say that this is my chalice given for all. It's only in potency given for all, not in act. But you do not say in potency or act here. You do not say it. So you presume one of the two. And in everyday language, you presume in act. This is why you would presume that I am crazy if I told you I am Pope. And yet it's true, I am the Pope. Not much probability to it, but when I think who became Pope in 1978, I gave myself a chance. Huh? So in potency, I am Pope. In potency, he is Pope in potency. Huh? But if I was going to say Father Trinchard is Pope, you would say, oh yeah, sure, another one who cracked up.
Canon Hesse, you remember we took an oath. There's always a strange clause in it. Oath against modernism.
Yes.
But there was always a strange clause that it stuck in my mind, that we accept things the way they're written.
Yes,
And
exactly.
And Vatican II had a part like that.
Yes.
You accept it the way it is according to common
exactly.
sense.
And that is, that is the rule of the interpretation of canon law, codified again in the 1983 Code of Canon Law. This Pope signed. So this Pope is bound to it. And when he says that all people are saved by Christ, he cannot presume that we will understand in potency. And I don't care what he thinks, he said that they are all saved in act. Well, actually, he doesn't formulate it that directly. This Pope is too intelligent and too literary a man to pronounce a heresy of this kind too clearly. So I did not quote the Pope now, but I quoted the Pope when I said that the Protestants are saved through the efforts of their churches. For those who like quotations, yes, that's heresy against the Council of Florence, Pope Eugene IV, Denzinger Schönmetzer Collection, 1325. And in Catechesis Tradendi number 32, the Pope says, Quarum ope Spiritus Christi non apnuit salutem afferre. For the efforts of whom, and the line before says, Ecclesia Protestantice, the Protestant churches, for the efforts of whom the Spirit of Christ does not die to give, does not deny to give salvation. That's explicit written heresy, and I don't give a damn about what the Pope thinks. This is what he wrote. This is material heresy.
Think of the Sanity be right?
No, because it's material heresy. Next distinction. Objective, subjective. We'll talk about salvation.
So material heresy.
Wait a second, third distinction. We are at the second distinction. Objective, subjective. When I said to us, a judge of the Supreme Court in Vienna, and I get this is really something else. A judge of the Supreme Court in Vienna who doesn't understand the distinction of objective, subjective, so you don't have to be ashamed. When I quoted Pope Eugene IV, he said, are you trying to tell me that all and every single Protestant will go to hell? And I said, Your Honor, if you are not able to distinguish subjective and objective, then you should not talk. He was deeply offended, got up and left, and so I had all the peace and the time to explain to those who were who stayed, that the Church is not able to. We do not have the slightest idea what happens to a Protestant when he kicks the bucket. We don't know. But objectively speaking, he has no chance to be saved. Pope Eugene IV said, whoever is not in union with the Roman Pontiff, may he even think of shedding his blood for Christ, he cannot be saved. So when this Pope speaks about Protestant martyrs in Czechoslovakia, he speaks heresy and blasphemy too. Objective, subjective, and now material and formal. Material and formal should really be easily understood. Material means the matter, the material. Formal means the meaning. So let's say I make a mistake in a sermon, and making a mistake in a sermon I pronounce something wrong. Objectively it's material heresy, subjectively it is not. You got two distinctions at once here. Subjectively it's not because I didn't realize it even. I mean, I didn't even notice what that I left out a word or said yes or, instead of no. So subjectively I do not commit the sin of heresy. Objectively it's a heresy because I'm saying something against the doctrine of the Church. But this is still material heresy because I do not say that I want to say something against the doctrine of the Church. Formal heresy is when you want to say something against the doctrine of the Church and when you say so. So it becomes formal. The only way to speak formal heresy is to tell everybody present, the Council of Trent taught that Christ is really present on the altar, but I say he is not. Now that's formal heresy. But if some idiot or warped mind, like John Paul II, say he is a warped mind, then I can prove it. When he says a Protestant can be saved through the efforts of the Protestant churches, and at the same time he claims to be in perfect union with the tradition of the Church, then I would say he's ignorant and maybe a crackpot, and definitely a material heretic, but this is not formal heresy. If he said, I don't care what Pope Eugene IV said, but I tell you that a Protestant can be saved, okay, we got him down. In that case, he's most probably would cease to be Pope, I say. Right? But this is not the case. So you have to remember those three distinctions. That's the last thing I'm going to say tonight. Material, formal, objective, subjective, and act and potency.
Now, maybe you have to bring in the juridical. In other words, with the sede vacantes, who's going to make a decision in the external forum? And that's obvious.
That's right, yeah. If this Pope said, I don't care what Pope Eugene IV said, or the Council of Trent, I say something else, then who will judge where the formal heresy starts?
And who will judge the Pope?
Who will judge the Pope, yeah.
No one in Rome.
No, Canon 333, paragraph 3, prima sedes a nemine judicatur. The Holy See cannot be judged by anyone. Huh? So we'd just be, no, we'd be hanging in mid-air with a question mark. That's all.
Until another Pope.
Well then,
So, yeah.
Pope John Paul II must have a very clear understanding of material and formal. Because
no, I don't think so, because first of all his philosophy is extremely lousy. His theological upbringing is is beneath the regular standard, and his understanding of canon law, his ignorance of canon law is proven in Ecclesia Dei, where he speaks about schism with the Society of St. Pius X, while Ratzinger says they are not in schism, and a recent thesis that had been approved by the Gregorian Papal University in Rome says they are not in schism. The Pope in Ecclesia Dei says they are in schism 3 times over, he says it. And he obviously doesn't understand the meaning of the canons that he signed.
Well, my point of it is, though, he comes so close to formal heresy, but never quite nails himself to
No, actually, to be quite honest, there is no such thing as coming close to formal heresy.
Well, I mean,
there is no such
material heresy then. I mean,
yeah, he's the most heretical pope in history.
Yeah.
Definitely. But formal heresy means something pretty clear, and as this pope is never clear.
I guess I'm trying to decide, does he
The only thing he's clear about is his enjoyment of pagan religions.
Does he know he's misdirecting the church? Does he do it consciously, or is he just...
Judge not that ye not be judged.
You can't judge.
De internis ecclesia non judicat. I do not know what the Pope thinks. I do not know what the Pope wants. And even if I would know it, I'm not his judge. I cannot judge the person. I do not talk and refuse absolutely to talk about the person of Karol Wojtyła, his conscience and his soul.
We can just take his actions.
Absolutely. I judge his acts. I judge his way of government, and I judge his pronouncements. Nothing else. I do not have the right to judge anything else, and I do not have the right to speak against anything this Pope said or wrote or pronounced unless I can prove what I say. I cannot criticize the Pope for having said that I cannot criticize the Pope for Catechesis Tridenda number 32 unless I quote Eugene IV. I have to quote a predecessor. I cannot quote a theologian against the Pope. The theologians do not have the Holy Spirit promised to them. On the contrary, they usually don't have a spark of Holy Spirit in them. Huh? So this is the point. I'm not allowed to contradict the Pope unless I can prove to the contrary with a predecessor of his, because the Pope, by church tradition, by the oath of incoronation, is bound to follow his predecessors, and he's bound to do so by the 4th chapter of the Dogma on Infallibility, Denzinger Schönmetzer 3004.
Why is it like, even on sex education, he speaks out against it in Rome, but yet his cardinals let it happen?
Because something that does not have the Holy Spirit, do you expect it to be orderly?
Well, he must know what's going on.
He knows.
You gave us a good background of Pope Pius XII. Could you give us some of John Paul II's education?
Well, I can name a few facts because a lot of it is speculation. John Paul II did not have a proper theological education because, understandably so, because it was war. And he had to hide. And then, of course, he went to the Angelicum in Rome. Now, I have 6 academic degrees from the Angelicum in Rome. I can tell you they are not worth anything. And this Pope has his doctorate in theology from the Angelicum in Rome, Buonanotte. I did those degrees because stupid, superficial people in this world want degrees. They want to see degrees. But rest assured, the theology that I learned through the patience and the patience of other priests and the mercy of God, I did not learn. I learned perhaps in 1/3 of it. I learned at the Angelicum. 2/3 of it I did not learn at the Angelicum. I almost got brainwashed into the new church by the Angelicum. So the Angelicum is a lousy institution right now, and it was never a very, very good university in the old days. And the Pope's thesis on St. John of the Cross is worth nothing. I haven't read it, but I asked very, very good and experienced theologians who read it, and they said it's worth nothing. But it got the highest mark. So, and another thing about this Pope, he never was a Catholic. He did not change. It's not the Council that changed the Pope, it's the Pope who wrote the Council. The Pope had the same ideas he has now, long before the Council. He wanted the freedom, I shouldn't say freedom, and this is a country where freedom is sacred, and I agree. The liberty of religions. That's what it should be called. Because freedom means you're free to do your job. Liberty means you're free to do whatever you want. Yeah, license, exactly. So the idea of libertas religionum, of the liberty of religions, is an idea that was very early in his life ingrained in the Pope's mind. Don't forget, he was part in a theater group was founded by Helena Blavatsky. Yeah. Yep. Anthroposophist. That's practically, as the name says, with Greek names it's very difficult to hide the truth because they're so open and clear. Sophia means wisdom and anthropos is man. So that should tell you enough. The Psalms say something quite contrary to the effect of wisdom of man. Okay.
You know anything about the lady he is pictured in the woods with on his many?
I am not a member of the Catholic National Enquirer. I do not work for Weekly World News. I do not work for Weekly World News, and I prefer Alexander VI, and I prefer Alexander VI, who had children even when he was Pope, over Paul VI 100 times. Alexander VI was a rotten, filthy pig, but he did not raise the church.
I have a question and a comment.
Go ahead.
I'd like to get after the rest before the King talks. You made a comment. Well, it's for both of you, but you made a comment about things being translated as written, based on Vatican II or something like that.
Right.
And that reflects on something or other I noticed every time we read something from the old Catholic traditional writings or any of the popes in particular compared to, say, John the 23rd or on to Vatican II and the current pope, in that almost every writing that we read, they get to the point within the first paragraph, and any average person like us can understand exactly what they mean. But when we read any of the new Catholic stuff, it's so ambiguous you can't read it without constantly going to the dictionary, constantly trying to make some sense of it, and then having to become your own theologian because you don't understand what they mean.
That's the bad side of it. The good side of it is that the simple people will not bother read it and will be less distracted from the Catholic faith. Yeah.
If you understand it, then you better.
Yeah. It's like, if you want to read language like this, I recommend the book Politically Correct Bedtime Stories, but not this Pope's Encyclical. The Politically Correct Bedtime Stories is a good book. This Pope's Encyclicals are trash.
Now the question is,
Very dangerous trash.
there's been talk about Pope John the 23rd when he was elected.
Yeah.
And they asked if he knew what he would call himself. He was already prepared.
National Enquirer again.
Well, yeah, but the fact that there was already a
How would you know?
John the 23rd.
How would you know? How would you know what his reasons are? Any cardinal who speaks about what happened in the conclave is excommunicated. Do you think that a cardinal who doesn't care about being excommunicated or not would necessarily tell you the truth? When Cardinal Koenig of Vienna, the old Archbishop of Vienna, was asked on TV if he was a candidate at the last conclave, he nodded. Broke the vow of conclave once. A few minutes later he was asked if he was one of those who promoted Karl Wojtyła. He nodded again. So within 1 minute, a prince of the Holy Roman Church, Cardinal Franz Cardinal Koenig, Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Vienna, Austria, was excommunicated twice. Do you think that a man like this, highly intelligent, is interested in telling you the truth? No, he will tell you whatever he thinks is useful. And I cannot be accused of slander if I say that, because I'm not saying he lied. I'm just saying, how would you trust a man who is not interested in the fact if he's excommunicated or not? He broke the vow of silence. He broke the seal of the conclave. So if anybody tells me John the 23rd said the following, blah, 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 the moment he got elected, I will say, as a matter of fact, I will go to the next supermarket and get the National Enquirer, because at least it's funnier. Huh? The Weekly World News is a lot more entertaining than those liars are. Okay, on that note, I think...
Well, one last question off the record.
Yeah.
What is it that you would recommend that we look towards for leadership and guidance in these times where the church leadership is certainly very difficult to trust? And
But the camera is still running? I hope so.
Yes.
Good. Subscribe to the Angelus, and if you find sometimes local problems with the Society of St. Pius X, forgive them. They're humans. A century ago, not everything was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful in the Catholic Church. But the ones to look for spiritual guidance, the ones you can trust, the Society of St. Pius X, and the only paper in this country that I would recommend to everybody under all circumstances is the Angelus. Amen to that.
Due to a technical problem which rendered a small portion of the master recording unusable, there will be inserted into this recording a brief summary of the points that Father Hesse was demonstrating when the technical problem occurred. The insertion will be made at the appropriate juncture in the speech. Our next speaker is Fr Gregory Hesse. He came to us all the way from Vienna, Austria. He has a doctorate in Thomistic theology and canon law, and he was also personal secretary to Cardinal Stickler for some time. I understand he's going to tell us a little more about himself before his speech, and so I think the best thing to do is to bring him right in. There's a new concept today of what's called living tradition, what is used to supposedly justify the changes. And Father Hesse is going to explain why living tradition is a false concept and and what is the true concept of sacred tradition. So I'll bring to the microphone Fr Gregory Hesse.
All right, many people have asked me, who is this Father Hesse? Well, Father Hesse was born in Vienna, Austria in 1953, and Father Hesse went to Rome in 1976 to study for the priesthood. In those days, I still believed that it was possible to live within the conciliar church, or as John Paul II calls it, the Church of the New Advent. I found out to the contrary later. I was ordained in St. Peter's Basilica the 21st of November 1981, which accounts for the violet buttons and the violet sash in my dress. I'm not a Monsignor, but in 1635, the good Pope Urban VIII, Barberini, gave the privilege to the Basilica of St. Peter's in Rome that whosoever was ordained within that same basilica enjoyed all the privileges of a Monsignor except the title. I thank Pope Urban VIII for that. And in 1991, I went back to Vienna, Austria, after 15 years in Rome. I was indeed secretary, the private secretary to Cardinal Stickler between 1986 and 1988. In 1988, we both were retired. He because of age, me because of orthodoxy. And, well, here I am, and I returned to the true, authentic Catholic Church around the year 1991, and when I decided to forget modernisms and to fight them for the rest of my life. Now, before I start the speech today, I want to update you on some of the newest jokes which you can see on the billboards of Protestant churches. Kmart is not the only saving place. And here's another one. I was going to waste. Jesus recycled me. Isn't that good? Somebody should write a book on the billboard quotations of Protestant churches. He has risen. Before I start to talk on tradition, I will have to give you a few definitions and distinctions. Now, I notice that most of the misunderstandings today are a result of lacking distinctions and definitions. Now here is first of all 4 definitions. I was asked today already once, what does it mean, schism? S-C-H-I-S-M, or in military, that's Sierra Charlie Hotel India Sierra Mike. Schism. Schism means that you separate yourself from the unity of the church. There's a material and formal schism, which another distinction I will make very soon. You can separate yourself from the church on the inside. You reject the Catholic Church as such. That's material schism. Or you reject the authority of the Holy Father as such. That is schism. If you do it right out in the open, then it is formal schism, and you're automatically excommunicated. Now, in my speech today, I'm going to criticize the Pope, and I will reject some of his teachings. But I do not reject his teaching authority. As long as he is Pope, he enjoys the teaching authority, and he also has what you call the imperium. He has the right to command. He is our supreme commander. The next thing is, what is heresy? Heresy means you reject not the church as such, but you reject one of its teachings, or many. It is absolutely sufficient to reject one single pronouncement of the magisterium to be a heretic. Now, what does it mean something is valid or licit? Sometimes I hear people complaining to me that I said that the new Mass was valid, or can be valid. Now, validity means that something is actually taking place. Now, when somebody in the traditional spirit says the new Mass in Latin, a Mass is taking place. The sacrament is taking place. It happens. That means it is valid. But it is not licit. It is not allowed. You see? Valid and licit are two things that most people confuse. Valid means it's taking place. Licit it means it's allowed. Now, as Father Kramer will explain to you on Sunday, the new Mass is definitely illicit. It's against divine law, and we must not accept it. But the validity is another question. Now, the distinctions. Objective, subjective. Most people confuse that. Material, formal. They confuse that too. And they don't know what act and potency means. I will explain all of it. I've already taken one of the distinctions. We're talking about validity and liceti. Now, objective, subjective. See, I'm pronouncing judgment on the Pope, on the present Pope. Do I pronounce judgment on his person? No. And whoever dares to say that I pronounce a personal judgment on the present Pope is guilty of the sin of slander. I do not judge the person of John Paul II, the person of Karl Wojtyła, period. I have absolutely no way of being able to look into his interior. De internis ecclesia non judicat. The church does not judge internal things. I refuse to give any speculative answer to the question if this Pope doesn't know better, or wants to destroy the church. I'm not interested. I don't care if this present Pope wants to destroy the church, or if he's just naive and doesn't know what he's doing. I don't care. I'm looking at results. I'm not judging the person. I'm not judging any person. I'm also not judging the person of Leo XIII, whom I love very much. But I'm not judging his person. I believe he's in heaven, but that's of no consequence to what we're talking about here. I am pronouncing objective judgment. Objective means looking at the object, at the reality of things. Subjective means looking at the subject, at the person. See, this is the reason why we are not allowed to pronounce personal judgments. We do not know what is going on the inside and in the conscience of another person. That is subjective. A judgment we are not allowed to make. But objectively, we can judge facts, quotations, and actions, which is what I'm going to do today. Most people get confused with material and formal.
This is the segment in which there was a technical problem with the master recording, and it was here that Father Hesse explained the important distinction between formal and material heresy. He explained it by way of an example like this. If a Catholic layman, priest, theologian, bishop, or even pontiff would say, quote, in accordance with tradition and in accordance with past papal teaching, I tell you that Protestants can be saved in their religion, close quote, this would make the person who says this a material heretic. Since he somehow believes that he is in accordance with traditional Catholic teaching, he is not a formal heretic, but only what he says is heretical. Now, on the other hand, If a Catholic layman, priest, theologian, bishop, or even pontiff would say, quote, contrary to what Pope Eugene IV taught at the Council of Florence, I tell you the Protestants can be saved in their own religion, close quote, then the person who says this would be an objective, formal heretic, because he is knowingly and willingly contradicting the dogmatic truths of the Catholic faith. Next, Father Hesse explained the distinction between act and potency. Act and potency are the two basic terms of the entire Thomistic philosophy, and we resume the lecture with Father Hesse explaining these two terms by giving the example of a modern theologian who teaches that through Christ all men are saved.
It says that through our Lord Jesus Christ all men are saved. Is that true? Yes, it is, but not as such. You can't let it standing the way it stands. You see? He says all men are saved. In potency, potentially they're all saved. Possibly they're all saved. The probability is highly against it. But possibly. What would you think of me if I said to you right now, I am Pope? Is it true? Oh yeah, potentially. The probability is zilch, but potentially I am Pope. So you see what I mean? When you talk about potency, you have to say so. See, there's a usage in language, even in not just in the American Heritage Dictionary, which in a very good way presents the English language in its usage in the United States. There is a usage in theological talk, in theological speak. And according to the usage of all the past centuries, you have to say when something is only such in potency. See, I'm in potency, I am in act, in actu in Latin. In act, I am a priest. I am a man. And in potency, I am a natural father of children. Won't happen to me, rest assured. I mean, I'll try my best. But in potency, I'm also Pope. Now, you would call a psychiatrist if I was going to insist that I am Pope, right? He says that all men are saved. He's pronouncing heresy according to the usage of language. And this brings us to tradition and the duties and the rights of a Pope, which I have to explain before I explain tradition. In the 1920s, a certain French priest called Abbé Laroche said, wait and see, we are now going to face, after the modernists have been dealt with by Pius X, we are now going to face the worst of all heresies. The heresy that says that the Pope can do anything. He can't. And while I explain to you what the true concept of tradition is, I will also explain to you what the limits of the papal rights and duties are. Now, first we have, before I start anything on tradition whatsoever, we have to establish the authority of papal documents. I'm holding here a copy of the encyclical letter Humani Generis by Pope Pius XII, who says, see, some people today talk about a hierarchy of truth. This is not the place and the time today to explain the real Catholic meaning of a hierarchy of truth. What they mean is there are truths that we may sacrifice in the dialogue with the Protestants. Now, of course, I don't have to tell you what truckloads this is, but there is a hierarchy of papal authority in the sense when the Pope or a council pronounce something de fide as a dogma, it has to be accepted by every Catholic in an assent of faith. That means it's not sufficient for a Catholic to say, okay, all right, I can take that. You have to give it the assent of faith. That means you have to believe it. See, faith is not something left to our free decision. In that case, we go back to those Kmart chapels, you know. We have to accept it in faith. But then when the Pope pronounces something as in the ordinary, not the extraordinary, but the ordinary magisterium, we have to obey. That doesn't mean we have to believe it, but we have to obey, unless we are able to contradict what the Pope says in his ordinary teaching by quoting his predecessors, not some theologians. Don't you ever dare to contradict Pope John Paul II quoting Fr Hesse. Don't. I do not have the authority to correct a pope. I am correcting the Pope, the present Pope, today and tomorrow, with his predecessors and the councils, not with theologians. Theologians do not have that authority. That's granted only to Peter. And here Pius XII says, nor must it be thought that what is expounded in encyclical letters does not of itself demand consent, since in writing such letters the popes do not exercise the supreme power of their teaching authority. For these matters are taught with the ordinary teaching authority, of which it is true to say, he who heareth you heareth me. And generally what is expounded and inculcated in encyclical letters already for other reasons appertains to Catholic doctrine. But if the Supreme Pontiffs in their official documents purposely pass judgment on a matter up to the time under dispute, it is obvious that the matter, according to the mind and the will of the same pontiffs, cannot be any longer considered a question open to discussion among theologians. To explain to you what this means, when John Paul II was asked for the first time if it is possible to ordain women, he said, this is not a question that is any more open to the discussion of theologians. Now, the moment he said that, he was indeed talking according to tradition. But what happens if the present Pope contradicts the ordinary teaching of his predecessors? Very simple. There cannot be any contradiction whatsoever within the ordinary teaching of the Church. So if Pius XI, in his encyclical Mortalium Animos, condemned ecumenism, and the present Pope, as John Venari explained today, desires ecumenism and preaches ecumenism, the present Pope is just simply wrong. That's it. Period. I mean, there were bad popes before. There were heretics before. We had 3 heretical popes before 1958 already. I'm going to talk about that later. Now, the question de filius or de verbum, that is a question that arises the moment you read a very famous document, and the only short document ever coming from the present Pope, the Apostolic Letter of John Paul II, Ecclesia Dei. The 30th of June, 1988, Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre, against the explicit wish of the Pope, consecrated 4 bishops. He did not establish a new hierarchy with this because he did not give any jurisdiction to the 4 bishops. As a matter of fact, he himself explains very well that he consecrated those 4 bishops in order that they can ordain Catholic priests. Because in the regular average seminary of the Church of the New Advent, nobody can become a priest unless he admits to Vatican II and the Novus Ordo of Mass. And the only place where you do not have to accept Vatican II or the new rite of Mass in the United States, it's Winona. So the day after, the Pope issued a 2-page only document for the first time in his career. Usually he writes some 100 pages or what. I do not have the time tonight to talk about the canonical errors in this document. So I will talk about the dogmatic error. The root of this schismatic act, he calls the consecration of the 4 bishops a schismatic act. He says this in its nature is schismatic. In its nature, it's equal to the refusal of papal authority. That is against the entire tradition of Catholic moral theology. The Church has never, in its history, considered an illegitimate consecration a schismatic act. The Church has, as a matter of fact, until 1949, punished an illegitimate consecration of bishops with dispensation of the holy duties, not with excommunication. But the sin of schism by itself requires excommunication as a penalty. So the Pope is contradicting moral theology. He's contradicting the accepted and traditional moral theology of the Catholic Church. This is why he says now, the root of this schismatic act, the root of this schismatic act can be discerned in an incomplete and contradictory notion of tradition. Incomplete because it does not take sufficiently into account the living character of tradition, which, as the Second Vatican Council clearly taught, comes from the apostles and progresses in the Church with the help of the Holy Spirit. There is a growth in insight into the realities and words that are being passed on. This comes about in various ways. It comes through the contemplation and study of believers who ponder these things in their hearts. It comes from the intimate sense of spiritual realities which they experience. I think this is one of the worst documents in church history. He's quoting verbatim the number 8 of Dei Verbum. Dei Verbum is the dogmatic constitution on sacred scripture, on the interpretation of sacred scripture of Vatican II. Now, John the 23rd said that Vatican II was a pastoral council that did not want to define anything. Paul VI said that Vatican II was a pastoral council that did not want to define anything. Now, this Pope comes up and says the doctrine of Vatican II. Well, there is a doctrine in Vatican II, yes. Whenever Vatican II quotes the old councils and former popes, which happens rare enough, whenever Vatican II does that, Vatican II is quoting the doctrine of the Church. But when Vatican II exposes some new doctrines, mind you, I didn't call it new doctrines, the Pope does. When Vatican II exposes new doctrine, Vatican II just simply doesn't have any authority whatsoever. See, the Pope says in number 5b of the same document, moreover, I should like to remind theologians and other experts in ecclesiastical sciences that they should feel called upon to answer in the present circumstances. Indeed, the extent and depth of the teaching of Second Vatican Council call for a renewed commitment to deeper study in order to reveal clearly the Council's continuity with the Council. Now, see what I mean? Material heresy. In order to reveal clearly the Council's continuity with tradition, especially in points of doctrine which perhaps because they are new, have not yet been well understood by some sections of the Church. So the Pope admits that there are new doctrines in Vatican II. You will see that this, as a matter of fact, shows that he does not understand his own authority. Because Vatican I defined Constitutio Dogmatica Prima Pastor Eternus de Ecclesia Christi of the 18th of July 1870, in the 4th chapter defining the papal infallibility. It says, Neque enim Petri successoribus Spiritus Sanctus promissus est, ut eo revelante, novam doctrinam parte facerem, sed ut eo assistente, traditam per apostolos revelationem seu fidei depositum sancte custodierent et fideliter exponerent, which in English means, oh, this is because this speech is going to be printed, you see, and I want people to have it in Latin. For the Holy Spirit was not promised to the successors of Peter that by his revelation they might make known a new doctrine, but that by his assistance they might inviolably keep and faithfully expound the revelation or deposit of faith delivered through the apostles. That's a lousy translation. It says in the Latin, fideliter exponerent and sancte custodierent. That means they have to watch over the doctrine saintly, and they have to explain it faithfully. They are not allowed to explain or reveal new doctrines. And the present Pope is talking about the new doctrines of Vatican II. The Pope is referring to a definition of tradition that puts it in the hands of the faithful to develop tradition. Now tomorrow, I can't go into this right now, because tomorrow I'm going to talk about St. Pius X's famous encyclical Pascendi Dominici Gregis against modernism. And I'm going to explain to you in detail how the modernists think and why it is possible that modernists can, for some perverted reason, reconcile the traditional concept of tradition with the concept of tradition expounded in Vatican II. Let me, however, go back to the Council of Trent. The Council of Trent said, "And seeing clearly that this truth and discipline are contained in the written books and the unwritten traditions, which received by the apostles from the mouth of Christ himself, or from the apostles themselves, the Holy Ghost dictating, have come down even unto us, transmitted as it were from hand to hand, following the examples of the Orthodox Fathers, receives and venerates with an equal affection of piety and reverence all the books, both of the Old and of the New Testament, seeing that one God is the author of both, as also the said traditions, as well those appertaining to faith and to morals, as having been dictated either by Christ's own word of mouth or by the Holy Ghost, and preserved in the Catholic Church by a continuous succession." That is the Catholic concept of tradition. And this tradition, as you will see immediately in Vatican I, Dei Filius is the decree, cannot change. Now Vatican I is quoting the Council of Trent. Further, this supernatural revelation, according to the universal belief of the Church, declared by the Sacred Synod of Trent, is contained in the written books and unwritten traditions, which, received by the apostles from the mouth of Christ himself, or from the apostles themselves by the dictation of the Holy Spirit, transmitted as it were from hand to hand, have come down even to us. You see the same words. And then it says, again Vatican I, in the decree on faith and reason, "For the doctrine of faith which God has revealed has not been proposed like a philosophical invention to be perfected by human ingenuity." So we cannot perfect it, but has been delivered as a divine deposit to the spouse of Christ. In the average usage of language, a deposit is a deposit. It's not ever-growing. To be faithfully kept and infallibly declared. Hence also that meaning of the sacred dogmas is perpetually to be retained, which our Holy Mother the Church has once declared, nor is that meaning ever to be departed from under the pretense or pretext of a deeper comprehension of them. This is in direct contradiction to the definition of tradition in De Verbum. And now Vatican I is quoting St. Vincent of Lerins. "Let then the intelligence, science, and wisdom of each and all, of individuals and the whole Church, in all ages and all times, increase and flourish in abundance and vigor, but simply in its own proper kind, that is to say, in one and the same doctrine, one and the same judgment." It's a lousy translation again. We have to go back to the Latin. I'm sorry. I'm quoting just the last paragraph, St. Vincent of Lerins. "Crescat igitur et multum vehementerque proficiat tam singularum quam omnium
tam unius hominis quam totius ecclesiae etatum ad secolorum gradibus intelligentia scientia sapientia sed in suo dum taxa genere in eodem scilicet dogmate eodem sensu eademque sententia. The important thing here is eodem sensu, in the same sense, eademque sententia, in the same sentence, that means judgment. Same sense, same meaning. There cannot be an improvement of meaning or a growth of meaning. There can only be a deeper understanding in the same sense. Example. For 1853 years, a Catholic was not a heretic when he said that Our Lady was not immaculately conceived. He was in error. He was not a real heretic because it was not a defined dogma of the Church. He was part of tradition, though. Now, Pope Pius IX, servant of God, Pope Pius IX, pronounced the Immaculate Conception as a solemn dogma. Did that change anything in the tradition? No. It just provided a deeper and final understanding of what Immaculate Conception means. And in the future popes will have the right to interpret the Immaculate Conception in the same sense and in the same judgment. One day, perhaps in the future, a pope will explain to us if the Immaculate Conception is to be understood with animation at the same time, or not. If it means that Our Lady was immaculately conceived, which means that she got the soul already in the moment of conception, that would provide a deeper understanding. But it doesn't change the tradition, it doesn't change the sense of the dogma, it doesn't change the sententia, the judgment of the dogma. And we needed 1950 years until we finally could give our assent of faith, and had to give our assent of faith, to the bodily assumption of Our Lady into heaven. That wasn't changing anything. The Church has always believed that. The apostles were witnesses to that. They found an empty grave and a lot of lilies growing. So where did she go? So the Catholic Church knew from the very beginning that Our Lady was assumed into heaven as a singular exception in mankind. Well deserved, I say. It didn't change anything. Tradition doesn't change. And I come back to that awful definition of Vatican I again, of Vatican II again, where it says, there is a growth in insight. Now, that is right. There is a growth in insight into the realities and words that are being passed on. Of course. That comes about in various ways, and now we start the heresy. It comes about through the contemplation and study of believers who ponder these things in their hearts. It doesn't. Tradition is depending on a certain point, on the sensus fidelium. That means on what everybody has believed all the time. But it doesn't come from some mystical experience of ourselves. It doesn't come from what we meditate in our foolish minds. The sensus fidelium pertains only to those things that pertain to everybody in the Church, not to theological distinctions. The average faithful who has not studied theology is not capable of that. And most priests who have studied theology are not capable of the right distinctions. So how can they improve tradition? It comes through the contemplation and study of believers who ponder these things in their hearts. It comes from the intimate sense of spiritual realities which they experience. And now we are at the heart of the modernist crisis. Experience. Things are not anymore what they are. Things today are what they are to me and to you and to him and to her. It's pure subjectivism. And the new definition of tradition is a subjectivist,
phenomenologist, modernist, and therefore heretical definition. Tradition is not alive in the sense that it can change. Tradition is alive in the sense that it is not dead. Tradition lives on eodem senso et eamdem sententia. It lives on in the same sense and in the same judgment, as St. Vincent de Lerins was quoted by Vatican I. What is then this sensus fidelium, the sense of the faithful, the understanding of the faithful? The same St. Vincent of Lerins, whom I quoted before, says, in the sensus fidelium, the sense of the faithful, in the sense that a faith that was believed, semper ubique ab omnibus, always, everywhere, by everybody. And with other famous church fathers, you will have the sense of the faithful explained as something that comes from the sense of faith and is the universal adherence of the faithful to the teachings in matters of faith and morals. It is a gift of God which has to do with the subjective reality of the faith and gives the whole church the assurance of an indefectible faith. The whole church, mind you. It is a strength and almost instinctive power to know the truth revealed by God, adhere to it, discern it, and penetrate it in all of its amplitude. It certainly is not a religious sentiment of the modernist type. It is a knowledge by assimilation, adaptation, conformity, or connaturalness. To this definition we would add, in the spirit of St. Vincent of Lerins, that it also is a special affinity with everything that Holy Church has taught over the centuries in a uniform and consistent manner that excludes Vatican II totally, and which has always stirred up enthusiasm in the best that could be found among the faithful. Now, how enthusiastic the people are today about Vatican II, you can see easily. The churches are empty. And people leave the church by hundreds every day. That's the enthusiastic approval of the great Second Pentecost. Now, the best way to explain a person who has the sensus fidelium, now everybody is born with the sensus fidelium, but most people sacrifice it for their own vainglory and their personal subjective interests. I mean, who likes to hear that artificial contraception is a must? Not in a hedonistic age of today, where everybody wants to have everything for free. People just don't like, they just don't like to abstain from contraception. They want to have free love, which, as Chesterton says very well, is neither love nor free. It's slavery of sex. But they want to be slaves of sex. So, starting with that point, they do not accept the doctrine of the Church anymore. The moment they reject one single doctrine of the Church, they immediately lose the sensus fidelium. You know, many of you have the sensus fidelium because you simply do not reject anything what the Church says. Even sometimes you don't know everything the Church says. I have studied theology, I'm a doctor of theology, and I don't know everything the Church says. Impossible, it's too much. But instinctively I can grasp what the Church says. And those of you who approve of what I say have the sensus fidelium, because you have not studied theology, and yet you understand what I'm talking about. When you read an encyclical, excuse me, when you read an encyclical of a predecessor of John the 23rd, that means guarantees you that everything is correct, you accept it immediately. Not just because of obedience, but because you like what you read. And that's the sensus fidelium. The sensus fidelium means the old Latin expression, anima naturaliter catholica, a naturally Catholic soul. Those are the people who, coming from no background whatsoever, one day find the Church. Those are the people who in the old days Protestants, for example, or pagans, happened to drop into a local cathedral, take the Cathedral of Philadelphia when it was still in Catholic hands, dropped into the cathedral on Sunday or on a high feast day, and found the Cardinal Archbishop of Philadelphia celebrating a pontifical solemn high mass. And they stopped in wonder, dropped on their knees, and asked for conversion. That is the sensus fidelium. They recognized the truth just watching it. Now today, you go down there into the Cathedral of Philadelphia, which is in the hands of the Church of the New Advent, the Neo-Adventists, and you will hear, "Good morning to everybody, I'm so glad you're here." I don't go to church for that. That's the sensus fidelium. Now, the sensus fidelium might once again save the church. People like you, because you're here to hear the truth. I don't think you came here to have the entertainment of your life. Might as well watch Tom Clancy's Red October. You came here to hear the truth. You want the approval of your sensus fidelium if you have it. And it might be the so-called traditionalists. I don't like the term because we do not follow an ism, we follow the Catholic doctrine. That means we are not traditionalists, we are simply Catholics who believe in the one baptism, the one faith, and the one church. We do not believe in several churches. And who cares if you're baptized anyway? We do not believe that. No baptism, no salvation. No church, no salvation. No faith, no salvation. Period. 3 times before in history, there are magnificent examples on how the sensus fidelium, the real grasp of tradition, saved the church. The first time was under the heretical Pope Liberius. That was in, I have a bad memory for years. Well, 4th century anyway. When a Pope Liberius fell for the Arian heresy that said that Christ our Lord was not divine. A pope, mind you, until Liberius, all popes are canonized. Liberius was the first one who was not canonized. But Saint Athanasius, who fought the Pope and who disobeyed the Pope publicly like Archbishop Lefebvre did, Saint Athanasius was canonized. And who saved the church at the time? The Pope didn't, the bishops didn't. As usual, the bishops had other problems and went with the Pope into the heresy. The people saved it. The simple faithful who rejected the new heresy. The second example is with Pope Honorius. Pope Honorius believed that Christ had only one will. That's not true, of course, because otherwise he would either not be God or not man. Christ was fully God and fully man, and still is. So he has his divine will. A person without will is not a person. And he had his will as a human being. So there were 2 wills in Christ. Otherwise, how would it be possible that Christ was obedient? If he could not submit his human will to the divine will, he could not be obedient. But Pope Honorius III said, I don't believe that. So the people went mad against him. That was the old days in Rome. To show you how the old days in Rome were, in 595, my patron saint, St. Gregory the Great, dared to add a few words to the Roman canon of Mass. At the moment when the priest stretches out his hands and says, Hanc igitur, he put in the words, Diesque nostros in tua pace disponas, that you may dispose our days in your peace. The people of Rome almost killed him. They said, how dare you touch the canon? What's the matter with you? Imagine how the people of Rome in those days would have reacted to the new order of Mass. Paul VI, zip! He would not have survived it. This is the sensus fidelium. Now, Pope Honorius was a heretic, and the people said, come on, we don't buy that. The third example, in 1332, Pope John the 22nd said that the souls of the faithful cannot have beatific vision before the Last Judgment. And he said that the souls of the damned will not go to hell before the Last Judgment. That's a heresy. But he said it, and you know what? He wrote that down. He preached it, and he wrote it. And when his writings were read to the most reverend professors of the University of Paris, those professors got up and left. Said, we don't want to hear that. That's garbage. And when the people heard about it, they just went like that. They thought they had a granola bar pope, and they had. As nutty as a fruitcake until the day of his death, when he took back that horrible heresy. Only the last day of his life he took back that heresy. But the people never accepted it. Oh, some wise guys did, as usual. And some theologians, of course. But generally the people didn't. You see, this is the sensus fidelium. We had 3 heretical popes in history. All 3 times it was the simple people who saved the ship. And with this sensus fidelium, at the same time I give you a sermon, because I appeal to your sensus fidelium. Don't let any of your vainglorious opinions keep you from the sensus fidelium. You will never lose the sensus fidelium as long as in your heart and your mind you agree automatically with what the Church taught before 1958. In the old days, the people instinctively knew in their sensus fidelium that they would not have the right to accept heresies even if they were coming from a pope. I think you know the following quotation. But though we, or an angel from heaven, preach any other gospel unto you than that which we have preached unto you, let him be accursed. St. Paul. So we don't have an angel giving us a new doctrine which we have to reject, but we have a pope who does so. See, this is another reason why I said we do not have the right to judge a person, because how do we know why John Paul II became the way he is? He didn't have a good seminary. He wasn't lucky as I was to have the Summa Theologiae of St. Thomas Aquinas on his bookshelf. He was taught, long before he decided to become a priest, he was taught some very evil doctrines by the theater group he joined that was founded by a certain Helena Blavatsky of the Anthroposophists. That's a very, very evil and satanic spirit. So we can't judge the man, but we can judge the Pope. And as far as his papal pronouncements are concerned, I've given you a vivid example of what can happen if a Pope ignores the basic doctrines of philosophy, which is the doctrine of act and potency in St. Thomas Aquinas, which I've explained before. And to come back for the last minutes of this speech to the document Ecclesia Dei, the Pope says, in number 4, he gives the wrong definition of tradition. In number 3, he says, such disobedience, means Archbishop Lefebvre ignoring what the Pope commanded, such disobedience, which implies in practice the rejection of Roman primacy. That's a lie. If I, for some reason, do not obey my superior, that doesn't mean at the same time I deny his authority to give commands. If I'm a colonel in the U.S. Army and the general tells me to kill my wife, I'm going to say, no, sir, I'm not going to do that, sir. But I do not deny that he's a general and my superior. That's rubbish. So the Pope is just simply erroneous when he says such disobedience implies a rejection of the primate. It doesn't. It never has. And it never has been considered such. By circumstances, it might come out to the same under certain circumstances. But not principally. And the Pope says such disobedience. He cannot say that. Father Paul Kramer, in his book, Theological Vindication of Roman Catholic Tradition, explains that very well, and I commend to everybody present to read that book and study it carefully. Such disobedience can never be schism, a rejection of the papal authority. And then he says, 3 or 4 times over, in this document, he calls the Society of St. Pius X schismatic, implicitly or explicitly, by saying that we have to get them back into the church. Rome doesn't believe that. The Pope says it here, but even Rome doesn't believe it. You see, the title of my talk is Tradition. But here, the Pope throws out the window not only the concept of tradition itself, but the tradition of moral theology, the tradition of legal understanding in the church, the tradition of legal judgments in the church, the tradition of canon law, in short. He disregards his own canon law. He disregards his predecessors in their dogmatic pronouncements, and he disregards his predecessors in their ordinary magisterium. This is against the sensus fidelium. It is against tradition. It is against what the Church teaches, and it's against anything that we know as Catholic. Why is it, last point for today, that this Pope is still Pope? I said before. Because he is not in formal heresy, and remember that. I don't want anybody of you to drift away to the sedevacantists, because then you would be schismatic. Anybody who says that this Pope is not Pope is a schismatic. Archbishop Lefebvre said he is the Pope. He has the command and the authority. But for reasons of faith and for saving the Church, I do not obey to this singular command that forbids me to consecrate bishops. Archbishop Lefebvre said it is necessary to consecrate bishops in order to have Catholic priests. Therefore, for the better good of the Church, for the survival of the Church, in an act of self-defense, I do not accept this particular command coming from the Pope. And at the same time he said, we never want to break the union with Rome for that. I just disobey in this one point, because the Pope is giving a command that is against his own canon law, that in canon 1752 says, the highest law of the Church is the salvation of souls. Amen. And what does the traditionalist-minded Catholic, which means simply the Catholic, do? You ignore him. You do not deny his authority if you want to stay in the Church. You pray for him. Please do. I will so in a few minutes on the altar, because I am not a schismatic and I'm not a sedevacantist. Pray for the Pope, but don't listen to what he says. Don't reject it for a principle. That would make you a schismatic again. Reject it because you have not studied theology to distinguish of what is right and wrong in his writings. Most of the things he says may be correct. There's a lot of blah blah in his writings. Lots of blah blah. Lots of it. Truckloads of it. But then, you do not have the capacity or the authority to distinguish between what is right and wrong in his documents. Now, in church tradition, a document that contains a single error will finish on the index on the list of forbidden books. And I propose that we all in our minds put the entire Vatican II and the encyclicals of the present Pope on the index. Most of them contain errors or heresies. I will quote only one here. The Spirit of Christ does not refrain to give salvation to the efforts of Protestant churches. That's a heresy against what Pope Eugene IV defined in 1441 at the Council of Florence, when he said nobody who is in heresy or schism can be saved under no circumstances, even if he thinks that he is shedding his blood for Christ. Objectively speaking, of course, doesn't mean that everybody's in hell. Objectively speaking, again, I underline that. But the Pope, again, objectively speaking, says The Spirit of Christ does not refrain from giving salvation to the efforts of the Protestant churches. If he had said that one or the other Protestant might be saved, notwithstanding his membership in a heretical church, okay, possible. Not very probable, possible. But Christ himself cannot give salvation to the efforts of heretical and schismatic churches. So you just stick to what the Pope said up to Pius XII, who was the last Pope whose documents are free of error, completely free of error. I'm not pronouncing a personal judgment, neither on the Pope, nor coming from my person. I just check with his predecessors. If a Pope dares to contradict a predecessor in matters of faith and moral, I am not allowed to follow him. St. Thomas Aquinas says so, most of the saints said so. And some popes have indicated the possibility that successors might be heretics. Saint Pius, very soon I hope, Saint Pius IX, I wanted to say, Pius IX, servant of God, in a letter to the Bishop of Brixen in 1869 said, if a future Pope pronounces heresy, you just don't follow him. And that's what I repeat here. It's not Fr Gregory Hesse speaking, it's Pope Pius IX speaking. If there is a Pope who pronounces heresy, you do not follow him, but at the same time, please do not deny that he's Pope. You only complicate things. And the sedevacantists base themselves on a misconception of the value of pronouncements in a papal encyclical, which is something going a little bit too far for today. Keep faithful to tradition. Retain and hang on to your sensus fidelium. Reject the concept of living tradition. And whatever else I couldn't say today will be filled in tomorrow with my speech about St. Pius X and tradition and modernism, quoting and reading to you parts of Pascendi Dominici Gregis, the famous encyclical condemning modernism, and you won't believe what a prophetical document that is. So, in a few moments, I will say Holy Mass, and I will offer up today's Mass for John Paul II. I take this applause for the Popes Gregory XVI, Pius IX, Leo XIII, Pius X, Pius XI, and Pius XII. Thank you.